and actualize them through a finance bill.
Take us through this budget policy statement.
Yes.
Kama hapa Wakenya wengi walipitwa.
They missed the occasion.
It's usually out by Feb.
By Feb.
Then comes to Parliament for consideration.
For consideration.
And debate and all that.
Exactly.
But there is no mwananchi hajui hapo.
Yes, and we usually send notices for public participation. Tunaita wananchi wakuja waangalie and make proposals on expenditure cutting areas, revenue raising areas. And we rarely get a lot of information in that regard. So the best we can do is to have the information that is available and advise the committees of Parliament, and they pass it. So essentially, to me, Kenyans must focus on the budget policy statement. Otherwise, by the time the books come in April, both the estimates for revenue and expenditure, the train has left the station.
Where do you think has been the weakest link in terms of even Mwananchi being able to grasp that the BPS is the one that contains everything and maybe act at that particular moment? What has been the weakest link?
Probably because Treasury does its own public participation on the budget policy statement. But as a Parliament, I think we want to use more machinani strategies, constituencies, perhaps to publicize even more. We've been trying to do newspaper adverts, but I think going forward, we might want to think of a way of making sure that document reaches the people down, Others, the way it is, once we...
But again, Daktari, you realize that this is information that perhaps needs to also be broken down for the public to be able to understand and be able to grasp what exactly it entails. Because most of the times when it comes from the Treasury, comes to Parliament, the debate that happens with the legislators is what also Mwananchi is also able to follow and be able to understand. And of course, when we get also experts to be able to understand, how easy do you think perhaps Parliament can be able to break down this particular information for Mwananchi to be able to...
I think that's the way we do an explainer. Right now, if you go to the Parliament website and the social media pages, you'll see a stylized version of the finance bill. I think now going forward, we might think about trying to do a simple explainer of the policies contained in the budget policy statement. What we do as a budget office is we do an unpacking. Probably it's a bit bulky. So I think going forward, we just want to introduce a new document called BPS Explainer. And then send it out there for the common Mwananchi to know the implication of what the proposals are obtaining for that particular financial year and the medium term.
Because when it comes to Parliament, can it also be amended? Or is it usually like a cast on stone document, or can it be...
Parliament has the powers of amending. When you go through the schedule of budget policy statement for 26-27, we push money to Auditor General, increase the ceiling for judiciary, amidst elections and so on. So actually Parliament has the power of changing the ceilings proposed in the budget policy statement emanating from the Treasury. And that's why probably involving the public is a pivotal issue we need to really consider deeply and ensure that that document reaches the common Mwananchi down there the way the finance bill process has happened. I think it's something we need to also upscale.
Just in a nutshell, what does the budget policy statement usually contain? The one that you say that Mwananchi should be able to grasp. Is it the policies that later on form the revenue raising measures? Is it the policies that later on inform what budget shall be adopted? Or what are these policies that are normally
contained in the budget policy statement?
Yes, in a nutshell.
Number one, it has the resource envelope. For the following year, for 26-27, for instance.
The resource envelope.
In there, it has revenue proposals and the policies driving revenue, which is going to inform the finance bill. So if when you open the BPS, the policy statement, you'll see the proposals, the engineering business process, the quest by government to amend specific laws, improving tax administration, all those proposals are actually there. Yes, that's number one. Number two, it also contains a proposal of money going to counties, both conditional and non-conditional. Third, it contains a proposal of money to equalization funds. Fourth, it contains all expenditure proposals for the following year, 26-27. Yes. So actually that is the budget in my view. It's a snippet of what is likely to come in the budget for 26-27.
26-27.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So from where you sit, you feel like the public out there does not interact with it
so much
efficiently.
Because when you look at the ceilings in the current budget estimate for 26-27, compare with what the House approved in the budget policy statement, they are nearly 1-to-1, other than minor variations. So basically, Treasury has tried to adhere to the resolution of the House approved in the month of March in the budget policy statement.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's continue with the budget process. Tumefika September.
Tulikuwa tumepita September, ilikuwa budget review outlook paper.
Yes, the outlook
December, paper. They produced sector reports. In February, we had the budget policy statement. From there, once the House, the National Assembly, approves the budget policy statement, the following day we publish the division of revenue. Because they'll have determined the vertical allocation of money going to counties and what remains at national level. We publish the division of revenue. Of course, this time it has taken some time.
It has taken time.
But ideally, we need by end of March, we are done.
With the division of revenue bill.
Which actually National Assembly by around mid-March, end of March, we had finished the division of revenue and sent to the Senate. But of course, the law provides for mediation. It took a little longer to resolve the monies that are going to counties. So we publish division of revenue. Immediately, ideally, once the division of revenue is passed, you publish a county allocation of revenue bill from the Senate. We can now devise the share of money that is going to counties. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So by the time we get to the budget policy, this one has already been catered for and completed. Yes. Now in the month of April, once we pass the policy statement, the National Executive will know how much they have in terms of their own share. That's Parliament, Judiciary and Executive. Yeah.
Then wanaenda wanapewa, they are given money to go and now do the detailed budget, which comes end of April. Plus a finance bill now.
The finance bill.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay. And also that's the one that is being considered at the also committee of the supply, now where the monies shall be going into the different programs or...
Yes. Now once it comes in the month of April, all the departmental committees take their budgets based on the provision of the standing orders in terms of the mandate of the committee. I hope we're together.
Yes.
Then the budget committee picks Article 221, subsection 4 and 5, which says that National Assembly shall go to the public and seek views. So as the process of committees is going on in the departmental committees, the budget committee goes to the public. We went to 16 counties, right?
Yep.
To seek views on expenditure. So members of the budget committee divided themselves into those particular areas, and we did visit 16 counties to pick proposals of the areas that was left out during the budget preparation. And I can tell you, if you open the report of the committee now, there's a schedule of allocation of projects that we got views from the public, which is going to be implemented for 26-27
financial year.
Yes, financial year. So the two processes are actually running concurrently. Budget committee, wameenda kwa wananchi. The departmental committees are dealing with the MDS. When we come back, chairs of the committees appear before the budget committee to present the proposals and amendments to the budget committee. And the work of the budget committee is to be a gatekeeper. Wanaangalia committee on agriculture wameleta mabadiliko magani. Is it in line with government priorities? Are you asking for too much money? So the budget committee does the balancing effect process, of course consulting the National Treasury and even perhaps even the presidency, because the bearer of the vision is the president of the day. So they must do things within the confines of areas of priority in sync with the government of the day. That's basically their work. Then they produce a report, which comes to the House. Debate goes on. Proposals, members will give views about it, culminating in the Committee of Supply. Are we together?
Yes.
Committee of Supply basically means that actually, if this chamber was big enough, where do you come from? Which is your constituency?
Kaloleni.
All members of Kaloleni cannot fit in the chamber.
All okay.
All the public...
The constituents.
Exactly. Cannot fit in the chamber.
Oh, yeah.
So there's no taxation without representation.
Yeah.
And therefore, on behalf of the people of Kaloleni, your MP will participate in supplying money for expenditure.
to the different
entities and programs.
And programs.
Yes. They're called supply resolutions.
Okay.
And they're very important because they are binding in a way.
In a way.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. All right. Then now that again informs the adoption of the appropriations bill that now will help.
So during supply, a vote is called on each program and votes. And it must be agreed to. Once it's agreed to in wholesome, there are about even 80 programs running as they read in the chamber. Once that is done, then now the clerk of the National Assembly will communicate to Treasury about the supply resolutions which are binding. And we require now to publish the appropriation bill. So Treasury and the Parliamentary Budget Office will sit together, go through the supply resolutions and publish an appropriation bill, which is now before the House.
Yes.
It was ready for the first time
first reading
yesterday.
Now it has gone for public participation.
Now that one also, because we already done public participation in the estimates.
Yes.
There's no need of actually, because it's one-to-one. The supply resolutions must be one-to-one with the appropriation bill.
Yes.
And therefore we just expect the House to confirm that indeed the supply resolutions are in line with the bill, and then we pass it.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the growth projections, the growth rate projections.
Yes, yes.
Your office, the Parliamentary Budget Office, initially your projections was it 4.8?
It was 4.8.
4.8.
But now we have since revised it down to 4.4.
Yeah, revised to 4.4 exactly. What
Yes.
has informed that, perhaps? What have been the...
We are a fairly independent office, and our view is, number one, the global environment is still hitting on us. And we are a bit not very sure on, the extent to which, the time that it will take to peter out, to end. So number one, we have uncertain global environment. Number two, from the oil perspective. Number two, the entire global world is only growing at 3.4%.
Okay.
And Kenya is a small open economy, and therefore we believe the impact of the slowdown of global economy is likely to have a negative knock-on effect on the growth trajectory for Kenya. Number two, the Meteorology Department are predicting a serious El Nino, which is likely also to affect the agri sector. And remember, 25% of our GDP is in the agri sector. So our revision is also downwards a bit because we see subdued production in the agri sector. And number three. Number four is the revenue performance for 2025-26, where we see probably we're going to have significant shortfalls to a tune of about 140 billion shillings.
140 billion shillings.
Yes. Shortfall. So if the base for 25-26 is slightly lower, we expect that the growth of revenues in 26-27 will be slightly lower compared to what Treasury is projecting. And of course, Treasury is optimistic that they gave some money to KRA in supplementary budget, 20 billion shillings. So it's a wait and see situation in our view. Yes.
Okay. The Parliamentary Budget Office projections are 4.4%.
Yes.
Treasury has its own projections.
5%.
5%.
Yes.
Why though are you not working in sync? Perhaps. Then which one do we go by? Which one do we put our eyes on?
Of course, you put on the eyes on the one for Treasury, but we are a very independent office, and our view is actually to inform members of Parliament, legislature at large.
Exactly.
Yes. So we are fairly cautious in our approach, that we better, have modest growth projection. Even if they meet, they overachieve it, the better for us. So ours is, our assumptions are very cautious. Treasury, naturally, in the world, they are usually optimistic.
Optimistic, very ambitious.
Exactly. Yes.
How are your projections? Your projections? How did the projections stand for the 2024-2025 financial year with these funds?
We believe we will be more realistic, given the current outcome up to May. From a revenue point of view, we believe our projections were more realistic. Although Treasury still insists that they are going to meet the target, but we don't see only a few weeks left to the end of the financial year.
A few weeks, yes.
We strongly believe that our projections were more realistic. And often the budget committee in the House, often they're not actually usually agrees with us, and we usually send a warning. In the committee report, you will see specific proposals that the committee and the House was proposing in terms of, upscaling revenue collection, which is basically information we provide to them.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go back a bit to the review process where you look at the performance of even the MDAs and all that, and also propose or look way forward on how to. Have you seen what has been the major? I don't want to call it a challenge, but what have been the results at the end of it as you review? How has been the performance in terms of development by the ministries for the monies that have been put out there for development? How has the achievement of those projections been, or those development plans been?
Thanks to the new our standing orders, actually, we have a very strong provision that requires that every quarter the MDA shall submit a report on budget implementation to Parliament. So we as a PBO, we usually get those documents, we analyze together with the control of budget reports and inform members of inform those particular committees. In that way, when they go for the field visits, they're able to know that the actual expenditure for this program was, for first quarter, was 5 billion shillings. And we see perhaps the outcome is that no money has been disbursed so far. When they go out there to check the implementation on the ground, we'll be comparing with the numbers we have. So if we realize that actually we have a slowdown in terms of implementation,
exactly,
then the committee is able to call the minister in charge, the PS in charge, and globally the treasury to explain why we're having a slowdown of program implementation. So I want to see the outcome of that by end of June this year to see whether the legislature was able to be impactful in terms of influencing budget execution by doing the follow-ups in the various departmental committees.
Exactly.
Yes.
And perhaps how I don't want to say common, how the cases, how many have you been dealing with in terms of what you are telling us now?
Oh, but then we have positive gains.
Are they regular, often, or the implementation is really?
We have positive gains. Actually, some ministries, the CS could be our, because the CS drives policy. In some areas, by there, you realize that the CS has got no idea of what is happening. But with the reports showing up now, increasingly, people are able to lay blame to where it belongs to. If an MDA is implementing program X and they haven't received the exchequer, then we'll know the problem is the National Treasury. Then Treasury has to explain why those monies are not being disbursed on time. So to me, the vintage point is the legislature now is able to be at the center of budget execution, which wasn't the case before.
Which wasn't in the
before the old standing orders, they didn't provide any provision for budget execution
and the follow-up.
Yes,
so you feel now that since after the introduction of those standing orders, now the legislature has been very
at the center of it. And even actually the scrutiny of 26, 27 will automatically be affected by the program implementation status of 25, 26. And I've seen some committees actually cutting off some programs that are slow moving and putting money in areas that they believe they are important in terms of quick wins of achieving those priorities.
But if they're slow moving and yet they perhaps need to have an impact on Mwananchi and they are being moved to somewhere else, what happens now to the programs that are supposed to help Mwananchi, let's say, but they have been slow?
It is two-pronged. Number one, that those slow-moving programs that are not very important. But if the programs are slow-moving but are important, then we look for mechanisms of ensuring that farmers get fertilizer on time.
Oh, yeah.
So you cannot cut down on fertilizer just because
Kitambo. Hapa. Felix. Haya. Sawa. Walikuwa wameona kuna jamu huko. Yes, sir. Hello? Siren. Napenda piga siren. Sawa, ndio. Hello.
For
It estimates the revenue raising measures are with the public from 30th of April to date. What maybe Kenyans will be listening to is the details of these revenue raising measures and budget highlights. So there is really no surprises. Right. Just giving more details on what it is that is in the budget estimates.
All right. So this is your second budget as the cabinet secretary for the National Treasury. When you look at your first budget and this second budget, how difficult or how easy has this one been?
Well, there is no easy budget. In fact, this year's budget is even informed by a number of challenges, one of which is the external shock that we are facing. You know, now we have a war in the Middle East, and that war is completely disrupting the world economy. And so we are preparing this budget in the backdrop of a major external shock, what is close to be called world war. And so there are a lot of uncertainties, and again, underperformance in revenue collection, the rising inflation. That's a major thing because we are preparing a budget at a time when the inflation is rising. Last year it was different. Inflation was contained. Today it is rising. So this budget is more challenging.
All right. For a lot of Kenyans, they'll be looking at some of the food commodity prices that will be brought down. But
policy statement, I said.
Edward Kabasa.
How are you?
Welcome.
Good job.
You have been missing in action for a long time.
Not really. There is so much. Away from the screens, there's a lot that happens, especially in our spheres of journalism.
Yes.
I've been to China
yes.
for 2 weeks, learned so much. But today, I'm really excited about the 4.8 trillion that the cabinet secretary is going to lay bare before
the
country
this afternoon. Yeah.
And the engagement so far points to the direction that Kenya is actually moving ahead. And what I am really interested in is finding out how, the tax measures that the government is putting into place are going to help this country achieve the needed development that we require. A new airport terminal is going to be built, by the way, and I think it's one of those things. I hope he mentions it. Yes, and also education, CBE is a new curriculum that I think the government is trying to lay a lot of emphasis on. It is getting the lion's share of the budget
of
that
the
is
budget.
going to
Also,
be
health
there
is
today.
part of.
Health is also there.
Yeah.
The universal health coverage is something that I think the government is really trying to achieve. There is also the hiring of intern teachers and so many good things that I think the cabinet secretary will be presenting this afternoon to Parliament.
Well, so for me that wraps it up. Thank you for allowing me to steer this particular conversation this morning. I have we have heard from the Chairperson Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Samuel Atandi, and also we have also gotten some insights regarding the budget process and how the Parliamentary Budget Office is actually what its role is in the budget process in guiding the legislature. That was from the director, Dr. Martin Masinde. So as of now, for now, I hand it over to my colleague, Edward Kabasa, who will be able to walk with you through the next conversation. Of course, later on in the afternoon, the CS for Treasury, John Mbadi, shall be in the chamber to be able to present or make the budget pronouncements for the next financial year. That's it from me. My name is Kamche Menza. See you later.
Thank you very much, Kamche Menza. It is a very interesting afternoon. 4.8 trillion shillings is going to be presented, what the government is going to do to ensure that it attains this money that is going to fund Kenya's development in the 2020-27 financial year. The Cabinet Secretary for Treasury will be before Parliament this afternoon to read out the budget, and there is health, education, agriculture, housing, roads and infrastructure, social protection, security, youth and women empowerment. What does the Cabinet Secretary has in store for these sectors? And joining me now is Ugenya Member of Parliament, David Ochieng. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Even the climate today agrees that it is a momentous occasion for the country. What are you waiting for this afternoon? What is your expectation like?
Oh, thank you so much. And I agree with you that it's a momentous day and occasion. And for me, I'm looking forward to especially resources and investments in the productive sectors. You know, we want to hear how much money is going into fisheries, how much money is going to coffee, how much is going to sugarcane, how much money is going into agriculture generally. Because as you know that our Kenya Kwanza manifesto is very strong on investing in the productive sectors. And I know that through the process we've just gone through, we've been pushing for more resources going into those productive sectors. You know, we want more money in agriculture, fisheries, blue economy, mining, cooperatives, and I'm certain that in the afternoon we'll listen to more on that. I'm also aware that so much resources is being put in social protection, trying to ensure that the indigents, the older people, you know, widows, the disabled persons are taken care of. You know, as an African society, we are reminded that we must take over the weakest of ourselves, of us in the society. I'm looking forward to resources in sectors that, you know, help what you call the downside of production, infrastructure. Kenyans are looking at ensuring that the things that are supposed to be done, the money is on railway to Kisumu to Malaba, the money is on the Mau Summit, Rironi, the key roads, the key sectors that help us, interconnect in the country. We were looking forward to seeing how much money has been put into, especially roads, railways, and generally lake transport. For example, Lake Victoria today is not very much utilized transport-wise. And we're looking forward to more resources being put in, especially ferry, security in the lake, and ensuring that there's restocking of fish in Lake Victoria especially. We are looking forward to resources that are going to ensure that in the future we have fish industry growing. You probably are aware that there's a big project happening now in Nyando on aquaculture. We want to see resources that are put in our budget that will ensure that what is being built in Nyando flows down to the lake, and the whole of the lake infrastructure is done so that the fisherfolk are able to benefit. You know that for us, we've been pushing for the ring road that runs all the way from Busia to Mfangano, on the other side of the lake. And we are hoping that enough resources have been put in that budget that will ensure that those roads that have been promised over the last 20, 30 years are done and are done properly. Right. You know that Kenyans are now paying a lot of money in terms of the housing levy. And Kenyans want to see the housing money being spread equitably across the country so that what is being built in Mombasa, in Turkana, in Nyeri, and in Lamu meets the standard of what the country requires. We want to see a more balanced distribution of the cake we have as a country. You probably know that we still have out there more than 100,000 trained teachers that are looking for jobs.
True.
And so Kenyans will be waiting to hear that in this budget, how many more teachers are being absorbed. Of course, this government has done very well in absorbing the trained teachers. So far we've absorbed almost 50,000. Yeah. We are hoping that in this coming budget, you can absorb another 20,000 to 40,000. Yes. Kenyans are looking forward to hearing from, the minister this afternoon. And
among the highlights, especially on that, is 4.9 billion shillings that has been set aside to employ 20,000 teachers on permanent and pensionable basis. Is this a good start, especially for a country that has come, from a history where there's been a lot of agitation, especially from the teaching fraternity, that you need to employ more?
It's actually not a good start. It's a good continuation. Because as we know, in the last 3 years, it started with 20,000, 10, now 20,000. Yes. And we were hoping that in case there's going to be a supplementary ahead, we'll absorb another 20,000. You would probably know this, that our schools are, especially the senior schools, are largely understaffed. If you go to the far-flung areas like Turkana, Northeastern, you go to parts of Nyanza and Western Kenya, the understaffing is quite acute. And so having more teachers that have been trained being absorbed for me is a big plus. You probably know that among those who are going to be absorbed, there's also a bigger number that are still on internship, that have not finished. And the program, and we hope that we provide money for it, is that anybody who has been absorbed into internship should be given permanent pensionable job after the 2 years. And I want to plead with Kenyans and the NAT and the KUPPET, please allow this to run the way it's already being run. Let's not, after 6 months, after 1 year, you are now saying, they have done so much work, they should be absorbed. If the agreement is that they intern for 2 years and then get absorbed, let's stick to that so that more people are able to come into this system. We have more teachers getting employed.
During the National Assembly retreat in Naivasha, the question about the cost of educating a Kenyan student arose. Yeah. Again, what is the cost of educating a Kenyan student all the way from preschool to university?
I don't think I'm probably placed to answer that question, but we probably know. First of all, I'm very happy, by the way. I must say I'm happy with the changes in the Ministry of Education. With our PS, we didn't understand what he was doing. And now with the new PS who has spent his time in the ministry, we are certain that the reforms you're looking for in the education sector are going to be dealt with. The question we asked that time, and that I was still asking, and that we'll continue asking the new PS, please get us an optimal cost so that a parent knows that when my kid goes to ECD, this is what I'll spend. When my kid goes to junior school. This is what we'll need. When my kid goes to preparatory school, the CBC from grade 1 to grade 6, this is what I'm going to spend. So that we are aware as a country the kind of resources we require. In this budget, for example, you see how much is going to the education sector?
This
780 something.
781.4
billion shillings.
Okay.
Okay?
The lion's share.
You understand? So we should not be doing potea pata with our education sector. We should be clear. We are spending this much money. What do we expect to get back?
Yes.
You know, the ongoing unrest in schools is a symptom of something that we need to address. Our planning in education. We cannot be investing so much money and our planning is loop-sided. We must see some of these things before they happen so that we are able to address them. And above all, with all the expenditure, we cannot leave the running of institutions to students. Students must be led. They must be told what to do. We must inspire them. They must see that this country is working for them.
Yeah.
So that they stop banning schools.
The funding of universities and TVETs.
Yeah.
When President William Ruto came into office,
yes,
there was a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and there are those people who didn't understand how the new funding model would work. And we have seen that over the years, the process has smoothened. We no longer see students complaining about their their loans and bursaries. In the new fiscal year, and with this amount that has been allocated to the education sector, do you think that the teething problems that were there are going to be a thing of the past?
Thank you. Like any other new program, there is bound to have problems with implementation. But I believe that the funding model for the TVETs and the universities is the best ever. Mm-hmm. The example here is this, sir. That, we had people like David Ochieng, who, by the grace of God, is now a member of parliament, has capacity. So how would I be paying 1 million shillings per year for my kid in a school in Nairobi, and then when they go to the university, I'm demanding to pay 16,000 shillings? And there are many of us who, our kids are paying 500,000 shillings in high school, 1 million shillings in high school. And then the university are now saying we should pay 20,000 shillings for tuition. It's just not fair. And that's why the funding model that we prepared ensures that those who have capacity to pay higher. Those who have no capacity to pay nothing where necessary. I just want to say one, now that there's the resources for funding of higher education, first of all, let's release the money to the universities on time. Number two, let's make it easier for the students to access these resources. And number three, let's ensure that those who don't have the means testing system should be such a way that those who the band puts at a level where they are not, there's a system for appeal that works very fast, that ensures that no one is missing out. You would probably know this, that part of time is that some children are put in bands that they didn't belong, with the result that some of them actually dropped out of school. Some of them who had scored A's decided not to go to the university because the funding model had placed them wrongly. And so, as you said, as the system goes on being perfected, I'm sure it's going to be a good system that works for all of us. But above all, you would know that we put enough resources in this budget that will go to the universities direct to ensure that they keep our children in school.
All right.
Yeah.
And then there is 175.5 billion shillings allocation to health. Universal health coverage is one of the areas that the government is really trying to push. But there have also been issues to do with SHA. Some complaining that it has teething problems as well. Some saying that it does not work at all. But there are those who say that SHA works. As a member of parliament, what is your assessment, and what are some of the areas that perhaps this budget is going to cure?
First of all, on SHA, I believe there's some resistance to change that Kenyans should understand that SHA isn't and wasn't meant to be a temporary measure. SHA is anchored in the law. It wasn't a policy proposal. SHA is going to be here with us, and therefore we must work with it and ensure that it works and helps wananchi access health services. So anybody who thinks that SHA is going to go away tomorrow or that it's going to be scrapped should forget about it. SHA is a good system. The way the law has been worked on is very good. We just need to work on its implementation. Number two, the ministry concerned and the stakeholders concerned must address corruption in the health sector. Because the biggest issue in the health sector during the NHIF times, and some of it is now seeping into the share system, is corruption, a lack of accountability, wanting to benefit from where we've not sown. And so we keep asking those who are concerned, can we ensure that share is run without corruption? Number 3, the ministry concerned must keep creating awareness, must keep making the public aware of the benefits of the new healthcare structure, from the level 1 hospital, dispensary, health center, through level 4 to the referral system. The awareness creation is going to be very important so that people know, where am I going for this kind of treatment? Where am I going to go for this kind of treatment? Where do I need a referral? Where do I need a letter for me to move from this hospital to the next? And what are the benefits attendant to that? In most cases where people are complaining, it's lack of awareness. And so awareness is going to be very important. Number 3, and I say this knowing what's going on, let's keep pushing more money to the counties. Yes. Let's keep pushing more money to the county hospitals. Let's build the structures, because most of the ailments we're dealing with are actually primary healthcare issues. They're actually things that do not require someone to come from the coast or come from Nyanza to Nairobi to Kenya National Hospital. There are things that could be sorted out at level 4 hospitals that are being run by the counties. So we need to work with the counties more, build the capacity more, and above all, make Kenyans know that you can actually get proper services in those hospitals. Okay. And so it's upon all the counties also to ensure that they invest properly in the hospitals, level 4, level 3, because most of these things we are dealing with in Nairobi will end up in those hospitals. So I believe the investments we are making in the health sector are worthwhile. Kenyans should see the benefits of the monies we are allocating to the health sector.
When President Donald Trump took office for his second term, he made so many changes, and a lot of those changes affected Kenya, which has been a beneficiary of US aid, for example. Now the government has allocated 18.5 billion shillings towards HIV programs. Do you think this is enough?
I don't think it's enough, but I think it's a good gesture and a good investment towards ensuring that we wean ourselves off dependence on donor support on key areas. You know, we should depend on donor support in other areas, but not, for example, in the managing of malaria, managing of TB, managing of largely communicable diseases, and managing of HIV. These should be things that are matters of national security, existential. And so we should fund them from our budget. We should not seek to, malaria we know kills many people in this country. TB, HIV. Why should we leave it to the largesse of donors? Why shouldn't we put our own money? And that's why the 18 billion shillings may look small, but I believe that as time goes, we increase it so that we ensure you're putting money in areas where we don't threaten our national security if someone withdraws their donor support. What Trump did showed us that what happens if one day we wake up and say UN is not supporting this, UNICEF is not supporting that. We need to be sure that on areas that touch on the very health of the country, we are funding ourselves at a level of self-sufficiency.
COVID really pushed countries to the limit. Kenya was not an exemption, and now there is Ebola. There is a whole lot of politics going on. But do you think that it is important for Kenya to be conscious and prepare itself for an eventuality that Ebola gets here?
It's a very interesting question to ask in 21st century, in 2026. But this should be no-brainers. I believe that, for example, we have a hospital called Alupe in Busia.
Yes.
Alupe was set up before independence, and the mandate of Alupe was to help deal with communicable diseases, infectious diseases. And so Alupe by now should be running a state-of-the-art, because it's at the border. It's at the border between Malaba and Busia. Yes. And these are our two major border posts if you live in Namanga, with the movement of people from the rest of the world, the rest of the country. And so I believe we must keep investing in these areas. In fact, it's an aberration to hear that we are waiting for Americans to invest in our management of diseases like Ebola. We should be dealing with this locally, and it shouldn't matter whether they're American or Kenyan. We should be prepared for these eventualities. Mm-hmm. If COVID experiences anything to go by, we should invest in these things in a manner that when they happen, they're not a crisis. They shouldn't be a crisis. Ebola, in my opinion, shouldn't be a crisis because we've had Ebola before. Outbreaks of Ebola have happened before, and we shouldn't make it a crisis. Above all, we shouldn't make Americans or any foreign country to think that they're going to help us manage this kind of situation. These are areas that we can only collaborate on But we cannot allow outside countries to take lead in some of these things.
And now to a point that probably is close home. Energy.
Yes.
There is the rural electrification program that is currently underway.
Yeah.
And a lot of money is, I'm seeing 16.3 billion shillings has been set aside for rural electrification projects.
Yeah.
What is your assessment of the program? Is it to a level that you feel is necessary, or?
I think on rural electrification, we are not doing our best. If you walk into Nyanza today, you'll find villages where there are poles for electricity that have been lying there for 1 year. They brought a pole here, they put 100 poles there, 200 poles there. For a whole year, they're just lying there, nothing is being done. So much as there's money you're putting in there, the level of implementation, enforcement of contracts, ensuring that people who have capacity are being given those contracts, is derailing this process. In fact, I must call upon the minister concerned. I must call upon the REREC CEO and his team. We are not doing well in that regard. Money is being allocated, but output on the ground is suboptimal. We must call to order those who have been called upon, because you can't be launching projects every single day. You bring polls, you bring polls, you bring polls. When the minister leaves, the following day the contractor also leaves. We must ensure that whether we launch a project, there's resources for it, and they do to the end. When you ask, you're told, we didn't have circuits, we didn't have conductors, we don't have conduits. We can't have a situation where you are giving the country hope, and for a whole year nothing is going on.
Where do you think the gap is? Is it the funding or the generation of power? Because Nyanza, for example, is having serious connectivity issues. There's a lot of blackouts in Nyanza.
First of all, you must look at, my opinion, like I've told you, is one, we have so many contracts going on about connecting people through the last mile. But they're never completed. So complete that first. Then number two, and you've said this severally, we must improve the capacity. And that is why, much as I hear people complaining, if we can build a safe nuclear plant in Siaya, in that part of the country, because you are right, the highest number of blackouts in the country are in Western Kenya. And Western Kenya means Trans Nzoia through Bungoma all the way to Migori. We have blackouts, any small drizzle, blackout, any small rain, blackout. And the blackouts go on for a long time. People cannot do business. Productivity goes down when power cannot be guaranteed. And that is why, over and above the last mile, we must ensure that the stability of the grid is guaranteed. We can't having power coming from Uganda through our region, and then we are the most unstable in terms of capacity to keep power running.
Ethiopia set the standard and the pace when it launched the dam.
Yes.
And I think for Kenya, perhaps, should we use that as a benchmark? And if we are to generate more power, aside from the nuclear plant that has been proposed for Siaya, what are other areas that we can venture into to boost our power production and supply?
The potential for geothermal power is quite big in the country today. And it's not being tapped even at 10%, in my opinion. Number two is allow for cheaper independent power production structure and systems that ensures that if someone is producing their own power, we can get into the grid at a cheap rate. For example, that we've had that problem where Kenyan is producing power at 10 shillings. The IPPs are selling power to Kenya Power at 100 shillings. So we must deal with independent power producers in a manner that promotes country's growth. We should promote more independent power production, get into the grid at rates that also help Kenyans to grow. Geothermal is a good area. Solar power is a good area. Just promote it and allow it to go into the grid.
Let's talk about the infrastructure fund. And I understand that JKA is about to get a facelift at approximately 300 billion. How excited should Kenyans be? The last time the government tried to develop JKA, there was a lot of upheaval.
First of all, personally, I must tell you that I need that airport to be done as soon as yesterday. Politics are out of it, corruption out of it. Just have a decent airport. If you're a Kenyan, and let me tell you, I receive guests for parliament in our airport, and I travel also quite a lot. Our airport really is a shame. It's a big shame, I'm telling you. The thing you're calling JKA here isn't an airport. It's some thing that was built. It looks like a cowshed. So we must support the revamping and a facelift for JKIA at whatever cost. We must have a new airport out there. Because we are being outcompeted by Rwanda.
Yes.
We are being outcompeted by Ethiopia. You walk into Ethiopia today, land in Dar es Salaam, land in Zanzibar, then come and land at JKIA. It's a big, big shame. So a new airport we must have. We don't have a choice about it. We should just ensure that as we have them, Kenyans are comfortable about accountability. Kenyans feel that the money is, their money is getting, they're getting value for their money. Yeah. So we must ask the actors also ensure that as this happens, let Kenyans get value for money. But the airport for me is base. We must have a new airport. There's no two ways about it.
After the 2024 Gen Z demonstrations, there's always been this feeling that every time the government introduces amendments to the Finance Act, it's always about introducing new taxes. What is your assessment of this?
I think it's a suspicion born out of deficit of trust. And let me tell you, deficit in trust on government is not just in Kenya. Yeah. It's all over the world. People always think government want to take their money and, it's going to end up in corruption and all this. But countries that are self-respected and self-respecting grow their economies using their own resources. And that's why, for example, Ndugu, there are people who worked for 40 years in government and who are saving 20 shillings per month with NSSF. Now you go home, you can't even get 1,000 shillings a month as from NSSF. Yeah. So, for example, if we introduced an increase in NSSF savings, that is your money from 20 shillings. Because what can 20 shillings buy for you today? Okay? There are reforms that were long overdue. The reforms in NSSF were long overdue, so that even if you save 1,000 shillings, 2,000 shillings a month, when you retire, you go home with something serious. Number two, we are doing a budget today. That budget has to be funded. Okay? We just need to ensure that as we fund our budget, we also leaving Kenyans with money in their pockets so that they're able to go about their duties and their activities every single day without feeling the government is taking away all the monies from their pockets. But Kenyans must also understand that when we borrow the way we are borrowing very highly from outside, then somehow our sovereignty as a country is undermined. So as a proud Kenyan, I believe that there are sacrifices that we must make to build our country. So much has been said about the finance bills, and finance bills have been there since 1963. It's not the first time we're having a finance bill, and I think we should give government the benefit of the doubt that we are doing the best in the circumstances and we want to grow our country, all of us.
So after this, focus will shift to Parliament, because I know that the Cabinet Secretary will bring a number of amendments to Parliament, and then also the revenue-raising measures, which of course must be approved. What is going to happen between today and let's say December? Because after this there will be the next year there will be probably it will be called an election budget, I think so. What should Kenyans look forward to, especially from Parliament?
No, Parliament, okay, for example, next week we're going to pass appropriations bill.
Yes.
Then we'll have the finance bill coming after that.
Yes.
Personally, I want to look at this budget being implemented. Like I told you when we started, I've seen money in that budget for fisheries, for coffee, for tea, for agriculture generally, for production. I want this budget to be implemented. I want Kenyans to push the relevant, authorities concerned, the ministries, even Parliament. I want to see Parliament calling on PSAs and calling on the CEOs of hospitals to see the budget we've passed, how is it helping Kenyans? We can't just be budgeting every day. Kenyans want to know, yes, we budgeted, we give you our taxes. What are you doing on water? What are you doing on agriculture? What are you doing for us on healthcare? Kenyans must be vigilant, and Parliament must also be vigilant on ensuring that the budget we've passed is being implemented to the benefit of Kenyans.
And Parliament, what has been set aside for?
Oh, Parliament.
For Parliament.
Parliament, I think mostly it's been the work of Parliament. The Parliament work you do every day, committee work, ensuring that the salaries are paid. And for example, when we came here in 2013, this Parliament was looking like a madhouse.
It is beautiful now.
Now you've seen the festival that happened here.
Yeah.
I mean, someone would say, why are you investing in Parliament? But Parliament is our foremost house of diplomacy. When presidents come here, when visitors come here, and they find a parliament that is not welcomed, then how does that reflect on us? And so parliament has been given resources to ensure that this place looks like a parliament. Yes. Number two, taking care of the staff of parliament, taking care of parliamentarians. It is a cost on democracy that you cannot begrudge. And I believe that resources have been given to parliament. I think it's about 30 billion shillings. It will be used to make parliament work more effective, make the public access parliament more easily, and make our parliament engage with the public also more easily.
One of the things that you can notice is the number of committees. 13th Parliament has more committees than the 12th Parliament.
Yeah.
And what many Kenyans don't understand is the role of these committees.
You know, these committees mostly are for oversight. They're mostly to ensure that, you know, Kenyans are getting value for money in the areas where we are putting the budgets. For example, we have introduced committees to help ensure that the CDF is being run effectively. Yes. Number two, in the past, we only had one PAC, one PAC. We had only one public accounts committee.
Yes.
With more than 300 reports to look at every year. To the level where we had sometimes 5, 6, 7 years reports or backlog of reports. Now, the disaggregation of PAC into education, into water sector, has ensured that PAC reports are now coming out more frequently. The same for PIC, Public Investment Committee. You know, so the committees that have been formed easily to make Parliament work easier, more effective, and quicker. You know, for example, if you're going to give counties money based on the last audited reports, then we must have a capacity of Parliament to look at those reports. And so if only one committee is looking at those reports and there are 1,000 of them, then you can be sure they're going to lag behind. And so the committees have been formed to make Parliament work easier, make Parliament work more effective, make Parliament work more faster. And above all, you know, Parliament now has 349 members. And you want to have members doing their work more effectively. You know, if you put 30 members in a committee, you know, how effective is that committee? Right. If you have a board of 10 people, 11 people, but if you have a board of 30 people, then it becomes a shouting house.
What is your assessment of the relationship between, as we wind up, your assessment of the relationship between the legislature and the executive with the Kenya Kwanza administration as a context?
I think for me, I would say it's been so uncomfortably cozy. Been so uncomfortably cozy. The Parliament this time has been too close to the executive, to a level that is comforting. I must say that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would wish for a more arm's length. You know, it's too cozy for my comfort. Pastor as David Ochieng.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is Uganda Member of Parliament, David Ochieng, giving us his insights into the highlights that is the budget 2026-2027, which will be presented before Parliament this afternoon. I'll have that. Thank you very much. And a lot of expectations.
Thank you.
Kenyans are expecting a lot from the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, who will be presenting that budget this afternoon, I think probably from 3 p.m. onwards. And just a quick highlight, education sector gets the lion's share of the budget, and that is at 781.4 billion shillings. Education remains the largest beneficiary of government funding. The key allocations include the 56.7 billion shillings for Higher Education Loans Board, that is HELB, and the 4.9 billion shillings to recruit some 20,000 intern teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. And there's also funding for universities, TVETs, and junior secondary schools and basic education programs. The allocation aims to improve access to quality education and support learners across all levels. The health sector is also in the highlights at 175.5 billion shillings. My colleague Kamche Menza has taken a breather. You were here for a very long time, Kamche. But what is coming out from my brief assessment is that this 4.8 trillion shillings is probably the beginning of great things for the country.
Indeed, from the conversations that we have had with Chair as well as the director for the Parliamentary Budgets Office. Because what I wanted to understand myself, of course, I know this was a question that even Mwananchi out there was looking for answers to regarding that particular budget, because it's an increase, right, from the previous financial year to this year. And basically, what I picked from the two speakers is that there is a total of 1.5 trillion that will be going to the debt. Yeah. And then, of course, there was now the breakdown of now the other monies that will be used. How now the other monies will be used, including the monies that will be sent to the county governments. County governments initially had requested for, I know Kabasa, you are away, whether I think I should just bring you to speed on what has been happening within the corridors of Parliament. Of course, the National Assembly had initially proposed that county governments should get 420 billion for the next financial year, 2026-2027. And then when we went to the Senate proposed that the money needs to be increased to 454. And I can see that the next person you'll be hosting is the vice chairperson of the Budget Appropriations Committee, Senate. Yeah.
Yes. Senator Mutinda.
Senator Mutinda is coming up. So those are some of the issues that perhaps I'd like to understand. Why did they back the money? The proposal was around 454. And then they came all the way, when they went for mediation, they came all the way down to 428. So Kabasa, perhaps as you engage the vice chairperson of budget and for Senate, maybe umuulize kwa nini walishuka sana from 454 to 4. But basically, those are some of the highlights. Of course, Kenyans want to understand more and how the budget engagements are from the beginning of the financial year to the end. Remember, when it comes to August, of course, the country will start the preparations for the next financial year, the 2027-2028. So, Kabasa.
Thank you very much, Kamche Menza. And I am going to be speaking to nominated Senator Tabitha Mutinda. She has a lot of things to say, especially the funding of counties. This has been a thorny issue all the way since 2013. And governors feel that a lot of the resources that are gathered nationally, a huge chunk of it should go to counties. And senators are also backing this proposal or this demand by governors that counties are not getting enough. And the central government needs to do more, provide counties with more. But the question is, how is this money being utilized in the counties? Because the Auditor General, in reports since 2013, has been raising queries that perhaps some of these monies that are being charged to the counties are not being utilized in the manner that they ought to. Karibu sana, Senator. You are live on Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit TV channel, on YouTube as well, and on Signet.
Yes.
We have the budget today.
Yes.
The Cabinet Secretary will be presenting a 4.8 trillion budget for the country.
Yes.
Are you excited or are you disappointed? Where do you stand?
I wouldn't say really either I'm excited or not, because for me the excitement is more when the output is visible. And I say like that because I speak as the Vice Chair of Finance and Budget. Yes. We've been part of this process, especially on our side, on the Senate side. Yesterday is when we were able to complete and pass Division of Revenue Bill with the 428 billion, the mediated version, because we had to do mediation. So with that completion on our side on Senate, that's how now the 4.8 in total trillion is. Yeah. But my excitement is when the output is visible and positive visibility. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
Do you think the money to the counties will at some point get to 500 billion?
Yes, because you see, it's a constitutional mandate, which is 15% of revenue, national revenue for the counties. And so, yes, we believe that there will be maximization of revenue collection by the national government, and hence that would be able to also increase the allocation for the counties.
What?
Yes.
Now it's 428
billion.
28.
Yes.
How much would you have wanted counties to get?
Actually, our proposal from the beginning was 454 billion.
Yeah.
And this was based on different factors, looking at the cost of inflation, okay? At the same time, looking at the SRC circulars that are already with the counties 2 years down the line, and the recurrent expenditure maintenance has been a challenge for the counties.
Yeah.
We have the issues of the CHPs. It's a shared budget between the national government and the county government. And so you find that the national government at times honors and the counties are a bit strained because of the challenges for funding. At the same time, you find that we have developments like the issues of the KIPES. NSSF was increased, and all these recurrent expenditures have been a bit of a tight for the counties. So with the 454 that we had earlier suggested, we felt that should be able to be sufficient for them, at least to be able to ensure they are able to meet all their targets and their budgets, both the current and the developmental expenditure. But with the mediation, during the mediation process, we were able to put our case so much. National Assembly was able also to put their case, and the biggest issue was on the issue of debt. Which is over 2 trillion, and that's where the challenge was. So, yeah, we really had forth and back. It was extremely very tight. We had 7 sittings, and in the final sitting, we decided, okay, let's give them, let's agree to this 4.28 at this particular period, and then we look forward for next financial year, which we believe it will be more than 430 billion moving forward, or even more, or even 500. Who knows?
And I know that as senators, you work so hard to ensure that counties get their money and on time. What is your assessment of how this money is utilized in the counties?
Of course, we have seen, in our oversight mandate, we have seen that there are loopholes. Counties have, it's even been on media, whereby monies have been looted, and you ask yourself where this money is coming from. And we've done recommendations as Senate, different committees. So, yes, I wouldn't say there are no loopholes. Loopholes are there. But you see, as per the law pertains, our mandate we need to do our role. And our role is to ensure that counties have got their funding. And that's constitutionally. They're not begging. It's in the Constitution. So that is what we are here. And that's what we were able to achieve. So we have different stakeholders. We have the ESCC, we have the ODPP, we have all these institutions. For us as Parliament is to do recommendations, which we've been able to do. The rest needs to be played by the other government bodies. So we've done our part. We have policies in place that we've set. So as far as legislation is concerned, we have done our part. What is important is to ensure that these monies are utilized in the right way. Yes.
And politically, we have senators who are dreaming of being governors, and we have governors who are dreaming of being senators.
Yes.
This relationship is supposed to help legislation, and it's also supposed to help development in the counties. Is it working, really?
Yes, it is. There is no illegality in anybody having a dream. We also have ministers who want to be president. There's no problem. It's not an offense. It's anybody is entitled. Even you might decide today I want to be a senator. It is okay. It's fine. And you might be interviewing a senator or a governor. I mean, there's no problem. Like you are doing it right now with me. So these are normal ambitions, and they do not hinder the responsibility and the mandate. And actually, it's even good having a senator becoming a governor. There is maximum experience in it. When they settle, they know where they're coming from, how things are supposed to be done. They are more experienced, actually. We've seen whereby people have come from the corporate. Some have been able to achieve, some have not even done it worse. So there's it's anybody's normal ambition, and it's fine. It doesn't hinder or interfere work. And I've seen actually those senators who want to be governors, they have really, really fought for more funding for those counties. I remember last year when we were doing the fourth basis formula, and we had to listen to the 12 counties who are getting the least amounts. And we came to a positive conclusion, So it's actually a win-win subject because we serve the same people at the end of the day.
You're a member of the Health Committee.
Yes, I am.
And 175.5 billion has been allocated to the health sector.
Yes.
Is it enough? And from your assessment,
Yes.
are we headed in the right direction? We have SHA, we have everything going on, USAID stopping, and now, funding of programs such as HIV and AIDS is out of trouble.
I wouldn't say it's not enough, but it is something. We are last year's financial year 2025-2026. The allocation in the health ministry was 164 billion, and today it is 175, which is an increment of 12 billion. And this increment, I'm actually happy as a woman because it's been factored as on the maternity section, neonatal section. That's where most of the budget has been increased, which is positive, so as to be able to manage the mortality issues and be able to improve the services for mother-child delivery. And so also the primary health care, so budgets have been increased, and in that regard, more people are mostly within the accessibility of the dispensary levels. And primary healthcare budget, Kenyans are supposed to get services for free at that particular level before we go to level 5, 4, 5, and even level 6. And also to encourage, the problem we have is that we have over 10 million Kenyans who have been registered for SHA, but only about 40% or 35% are the ones who are genuinely submitting their remittances for SHA. And that's where the challenge is, because most people, yes, they're registered, but a smaller number is the one which is remitting. So we've really encouraged the Ministry of Health through the SHA department to be able to ensure they sensitize more Kenyans to be able to do their submissions. And so with those increments, even in the education sector, we've seen there has been an increment of 28 billion. Most of the funds having gone to Teacher Service Commission, because we want to ensure that there are more teachers, so that we strengthen the CBC program. We've had a gap in the GSS category of our learners. So with those increments, we pray and hope that the ministries will be able to streamline, ensure also they offer adequate services to our people.
Okay. You're a first-time member of parliament.
Yes, first time.
I know you have learned so much.
Yes, I have.
And as we wind up,
yes,
what are some of the things that you would want to change, between now and 2027, even post 2027?
Honestly speaking, it's 1 year almost, to the end. I'm happy that I've been part of this budget process where I sit as a Vice Chair Finance and Budget. I'm very happy, and I believe as I transition, because I look forward to going to the National Assembly, God willing, in 2027 as the woman rep Nairobi County, and I hope to even sit in the Budget Committee so that I can be able to continue fighting to ensure there is accountability and also budget cuts, in areas that we can be able to save and whereby monies have been just spent for luxuries and all that, these unnecessary conferences that do not add value.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
That is Senator Tabitha Mutinda giving us her insights into the budget that will be presented before the National Assembly this afternoon by Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi. And right now, joining me on the set will be Mola Member of Parliament, Kuri Kimani, who has a lot of knowledge as far as budgeting is concerned, and as far as finance matters are concerned. He has been central in pushing the Kenya Kwanza agenda as far as budget is concerned in Parliament. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. You are live on Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, on YouTube as well, and on Bunge TV. This afternoon, what has got us here, and what has the process taken, and how should Kenyans take this 4.8 trillion that will be presented today?
First of all, the budget cycle is a long cycle. It doesn't just start here. It starts with a budget outlook paper that was published last year, and then now there is a budget policy statement that was approved by this House around April, and then there was sufficient or very elaborate public participation now on the budget, and that's why now Today, the Minister for the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury is going to present the biggest budget in the history of the Republic of Kenya. And it's also important to note that this particular budget is a great improvement from last year's budget in terms of fiscal deficit, because although in nominal terms the budget the deficit is 1.1 trillion shillings, which is more than the fiscal deficit that we had in the last budget in terms of nominal terms. But in terms of a percentage of GDP, we are now at 5.4%, which is for 5.3%, which is 1.1 percentage points lower than what was the fiscal deficit last year at 6.4%. So we are seeing better management of the budget, because the budget should spur economic growth. So if you find that the increased budget is leading to a growth in GDP, and therefore that's why, even though there is a higher deficit in nominal terms, in terms of percentage of GDP, then it's actually lower at 5.3%. So it means that the fiscal consolidation efforts, it means that the budgets that now we are passing are actually spurring economic growth. Because to make it in simpler terms, it means that if the money allocated to roads is actually going to roads, and that's why when those roads are done, then there is growth in terms of economy, in terms of GDP.
And a lot has been done, to be honest, and a lot is also being done in terms of infrastructure. Roads are being built, but to many Kenyans, the budget is just a long speech by a cabinet secretary, and then introducing taxes here and there. But to the critical audience, that Kenyan who knows where we were last year and where we are right now and where we are trying to go as a country, how should Kenyans approach this, this moment that Honorable Mbadi is going to have before Parliament this afternoon?
Budget means roads in connecting one village to another.
Yes.
The allocation of money for electricity connection boils down to that home in Molo, that home in Kapsita, getting electricity. Water being sent to roads means that Kenyans that are going to fetch dirty water in the river are now going to have clean water taps in their homes. This budget means that our students in JSS, our students in high school, our students in universities who are supported through capitation are going to get their money for capitation. It means that there are going to be more TVET institutions being built across the country. So the budget is not that 5.8 trillion shillings. Don't think about that. Think about the water projects in the villages. Think about electricity projects that are going to be done. Think about simple things as classrooms being built by national government, by CDF. Think about the 424 billion shillings that are going to support, that are going to, as a division of revenue to our counties. Now, it means recruiting ECD teachers in our counties. It means the feeding program, for example, that we've seen some governors implement for ECD kids across the counties. So the big number, it is now those numbers that form this big number of 4.8 trillion. But the budget is what runs our economy. It's what makes us safe in terms of allocation that goes to security. It's the one that ensures we have enough police officers. It's what ensures that you can have your good night's sleep without being worried that you're going to be robbed at night. It means that you're able to walk along the street of Nairobi holding your phone because someone is not going to come and grab it. Those are measures, for example. That's what it means by allocation being sent to security. The allocations being sent, for example, for national intelligence. It means, remember a few years ago where we used to have terrorist attacks, and nowadays we haven't been having those terror threats. It's because we have now a very efficient national intelligence service, and it means that the resources that go into national intelligence service are actually working towards making sure that we have a proper intelligence service that informs and prevents crime before it happens, and we could tell, for example, how that has happened over the years.
And finance bill is coming before Parliament. There's going to be debate. We know how it has gone over the last 2 years, but there is a lot of misconception. And yesterday, the Treasury came out with a document trying to simplify this thing, saying that we are not introducing new taxes. All we are trying to do is streamlining things. what should Kenyans look forward to? Are they going to be seeing a situation where members of parliament are going to be debating and passing these amendments for their benefit? In terms of PR, basically.
I want to guarantee you that we have done public participation in 15 counties. We are now at the process of considering our reports that I'll hopefully be able to table next week. And the views of Kenyans, I want to guarantee you, will be reflected in our reports. And even from the bill itself, if you scan through it, there is no introduction of new taxes. What there is better is improvement in our tax administration.
Yes.
And that's why even most of the proposals that you see are amendments to the Tax Procedures Act, because it's more of procedure, because the way our tax administration has been happening is when you have now 20% of our Kenyan population paying 80% of our taxes. And that's what we're trying to correct, that deficit, to make sure that everyone pays their fair, and I mean their fair share of tax, not a shilling more and not a shilling less. Because if you all of us paying the right share of tax, then that we wouldn't have that burden being on some and not on others.
Yeah, and just to mention, like a brief example of you know what we mean. Definition of, for example, immovable property or drafting fix, that the word and is replaced with or, so that land, buildings, or rights of minerals each qualify separately as immovable property. For someone who has really read so much, or who understands the budgeting process and the Finance Act and whatnot, Kenyans are jittery, especially when you charge on their property. That am I going to be paying double tax, or what is happening to my money?
There is no any double taxation that is being introduced, and most of those clauses that you're seeing, deleting or and replacing with and, is more of simplifying the tax language, so that it is crystal clear what the law intended to do. And I think what we seem to be doing is overthinking about some of these provisions. But once I table my report to you, you'll see. And you'll see that we listen to the views of Kenyans, and you'll see that there is no introduction of new taxes. What we're doing is enhancing the tax administration to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of tax.
And let's talk of Gen Z and their understanding of the budget-making process. They're very vocal. They're using social media to educate their colleagues about what is happening in the country. Are you happy that young Kenyans are talking?
You know, for the finance bill has been here since 1963.
Yes.
But it has only started being discussed during this administration. And so I pride myself as being chair of the Finance Committee to having carried out very active public participation on this administration being very open in terms of running of things. And so as a result, I am very happy to see discussions on Kenyans who have not necessarily studied economics or finance, explaining the difference between zero rating and tax exemption. Yes. That was a very technical topic in finance and in CPAs and in tax. And so we are seeing a more informed generation. We're seeing a more informed electorate. We're seeing a more informed Kenyan. And this is very good because it's also putting oversight on us as elected representatives, because it means that people now understand, these particular matters. I've seen people scan through the budget and say, this money is going here, this money is going here, this money is going to this project. And I've seen people now go to the actual project to audit and see, was this dam done? Was this stadium done? Was this project done? Was it completed? And that is what we need, because we can have, nobody knows it all. Yes. And even the efforts that even the president is making to make sure that all those projects he's launching are done, it's humanly not possible for him to be the one doing everything. And so even in terms of oversighting, whether it is our minister or our CSAs or PSAs or our governors, now it's not just MCAs and MPs who are oversighting them. We have now Kenyans oversighting everything. And I think that is a way to go to make sure that will reduce reduce corruption. There is value for money, and certainly that the investment that's going to that's being made in terms of our budget actually goes to the right thing.
And let me ask you, Mheshimiwa, there's always this notion that Parliament will always reduce an allocation that a ministry is requesting. Let's say, for example, the education ministry that has been given 781.4 billion. There's that feeling that a lot more needs to go towards the education sector. Is Parliament limiting how much ministry should get?
You see, we must, there's a fiscal framework we must operate on. If we have a budget of 4.8 trillion shillings, that is the ceiling, and this is the ceiling that we passed in our ceiling, then we can't increase it. And as you started by saying, it's a very huge budget. So if we want more allocation to go to education, then we need to cut other allocations.
Yes.
And you saw, for example, when you tried to cut the money that goes to counties, then we had Senate give a push and pull, and eventually that number reduced, increased a bit, but not as high as what the Senate had recommended, because Kenyans need roads, Kenya needs electricity connection, Kenya needs water connection, and then if we have, so although the education sector is important, and it's very important, but so is the other programs. They are also important, because if we don't build that road that leads to that school, then teachers are not going to get to school. Yes. Then those learners are not going to get to school. If we do not have electricity in that school, that means students are not going to be able to learn in the afternoon, in the evening. So, although it is very important that we allocate that money to much more to education, but so is other sectors, because they are enablers.
The PS National Treasury will step forward to flank our CS. Karibu sana. And then the PS Public Investments Asset Management together with PS Plan. Then the Governor Central Bank together with Commissioner General KRA our National Treasury Director Generals step forward. Then all heads of department, National Treasury directors.
Wala tanwa driver lagi mungkin wala tanwa gerebe toma lagi ni kamu ay lagi mungkin ya la tanwa
after the photo shoot proceeding to Parliament led by the chief guest and the shortly asking Mr. Mbadi to escort our CS to his field. After the photo shoot.
So, sitaki mtu mwingine. Sawa? Sitaki watu wengi wewe huyu peke yake. Kuna vile iko.
Yankari.
Lakini mtu mwingine asikie. Sawa. Mato lanji yake. Pole pole msishek. Nakaa. Wewe mtu mwingine asipande.
Leo godo songa.
Wewe boss.
Twende mbele.
Mtachome. Wewe mtu boss. Wewe umeshuka. Sawa.
Make sure each minute. Yogo. Yogo.
Relax bwana, wacha kuniita kama relax. Unajua kila mtu mkubwa. Kila mtu ni mkubwa hapa. Katita. Ngojea.
Mtanisaidia David? Mtanisaidia kukaa chini? Mtanisaidia.
Uzuri ama tukitoka kama
tunasoma kuongea. Kama mtanisaidia kukaa chini. Hamna option. Nakaa chini.
ni basi. Asipoitiana na yeye.
Piga.
Imejaa. Nani amekwambia uende? Tunasema media sio wewe tunasema. No, ili gani sima. Haya, twende gani. Thank you very much.
Twende gani. The drill mnajuanga. Drill mnajua, sio? Haya, twende gani. Kwa kilo twende mbele gani. Usikumane. Twende bwana, twende. Twende mbele gani. Kamera wapate. Afadhali tembelea kando.
Media yetu atulie. Oi. Songa bana.
kiasi haraka.
Hiyo communication iende. Haya. Isonge vile isonge.
Sasa tena maji ni usipenyaje. Hata mimi ni niambie kwa sawa tu.
of terms, such as the immovable property drafting bill, and the word "and" is replaced with "or," so that land, buildings, or rights over minerals each qualify separately as immovable property. No new tax. It also removes the drafting ambiguity and ends potential disputes. This is contained in the finance bill, which will be debated in the coming days after the Treasury Cabinet Secretary has presented the budget before the National Assembly this afternoon. The card transaction fees now taxable. These are some of the provisions contained in the finance bill. The taxing of card transaction fees is meant to ensure fairness, that all finance services providers treated the same way. And software royalty loophole closed. This is also in the provision. This is under the income tax, that not a new tax on consumers. It taxes income earned in Kenya by developers. That is the software royalty loophole, which has been closed. And clause 2 and 17 of the finance bill, it touches on betting and gaming. 20% withholding on winnings. Withholding tax on winnings is reinstated at 20%. The definition of quote-unquote withdrawals now covers land-based casinos and manual betting, not just online platforms. The import of this is that it levels the playing field between online and physical betting. And gratuity taxation exemption conditions clarified. The gratuity is exempt from income tax only where the employment contract ran for at least 3 years and the gratuity does not exceed 31% of the basic salary. It targets genuine long service rewards. No change for employees who qualify. Another clarification, contained, perhaps that Kenyans need to understand as far as the finance bill is concerned. The foreign landlords simplified tax framework. Non-residents earning Kenyan rental income must register and self-account for tax unless they use a local property agent. The 7.5% rental income tax rate for residents is unchanged. It affects foreign landlords only and closes an enforcement gap. This is under clause 4. Under clause 6, shipping tax, clearer payment rules. Withholding tax on shipping is removed. Instead, resident shipping agents must pay tax within 5 days of receiving payment or before the ship leaves port, whichever is earlier. No new tax here, simpler and more efficient collection. And also in the bill at clause 8, it talks about trust taxation, which has been simplified. Trust income is taxed once at trust level and not again when distributed to beneficiaries, replacing a complex and confusing dual taxation framework. No taxes, no new taxes here, and it eliminates risk of double taxation.
Mr. Speaker!
If you're just joining us, watching live pictures from the National Assembly chambers, a big day in the calendar of Parliament where the Treasury Cabinet Secretary is expected to read the budget before the National Assembly this afternoon. Here is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, walking into the chambers to oversee the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. My name is Edward Kabasa. I now hand you over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum. Honorable members, I have a communication on the appointment of additional senators to the Mediation Committee on the Cooperatives Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 9th June 2026, I notify the House of the appointment of 5 senators to the Mediation Committee on the Cooperative Bill, National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2024. I wish to inform the House of the appointment of 4 additional senators to the said Mediation Committee. They are Senator Daniel Kitonga Manzo MP, Senator Professor Margaret Jepkoech Kamar EJH MP, Senator Hamida Ali Kibwana MP, and Senator Betty Batuli Montet MP. Honorable members, the appointment of the additional senators brings the Senate representation in the said Mediation Committee to parity with that of the National Assembly, appointed on 22nd April 2026. The committee is now fully constituted in terms of Article 113 of the Constitution and may commence the mediation process on the bill in earnest. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you. Next. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report that my office has received a petition from Mr. Emmanuel Kelly Ojo, identification number 2607, calling for the establishment of a National Police Firearms Digital Detection and Tracking System. Honorable members, while the petition acknowledges the provisions of Article 243 and 244 regarding establishment and functions of the National Police Service in the Constitution of Kenya, the petitioner is concerned that several security incidents, including attack on police posts and stations in some parts of the country, where officers who were reportedly ambushed and firearms forcefully taken, has exposed vulnerabilities in current firearm storage, monitoring, and rapid response systems. Honorable members, the petitioner contends that the theft or unauthorized removal of police firearms places police officers at heightened operational risk, endangers civilians, and undermines public confidence in national security institutions. The petition observes that the firearm issuance and armory management systems in many police stations remain largely manual and lack immediate electronic detection mechanisms capable of flagging unauthorized removal or tampering in real time. Further, the petitioner notes that there is presently no mandatory nationwide encrypted and automated alert system that instantly notifies command structures upon irregular firearm movement, thereby delaying rapid response and recovery efforts. Honorable members, the petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly intervenes to amend the National Police Service Act, the Firearms Act, and related legislation to establish a secure national digital firearms detection and tracking system within the National Police Service. This, the petition asserts, must include biometric controlled smart armories, encrypted real-time tracking and alert mechanisms, safeguards for operational confidentiality, dedicated budgetary support and statutory protections to ensure officers are not unfairly held liable for systemic technological failures. Honorable members, having established that the matters raised in the petition fall within the authority of this House and that they are not pending before any court of law or constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to the standing orders of the House. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Yes, KJ?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, because our standing orders do allow for comments to petitions. And Mr. Speaker, what has been brought forward? To the House, and Mr. Speaker, it is to request your office to allow for some engagement with the Committee on Communication and also some engagement with the Committee for Internal Security led by Honorable Tongoyo so that we may be able to put our word on this petition. But Mr. Speaker, Dagoretti South, having suffered some brunt of this theft of police equipment and attack on police stations, also sees some input, some interest in this petition, Mr. Speaker, and we must thank the petitioner, even as this goes to the petition committee. It is a new world, Mr. Speaker. It is requiring for us to make use of available technology, even in public policing and in security. So, Mr. Speaker, we must thank the petitioner for this petition, and I hope that my committee and that committee of Honorable Tongoyo shall be involved in prosecuting this petition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Milemba?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That petition will grow that space of security, especially the issue of firearm movement. And the petitioner, as I thank him, he has opted to talk about one side of it where the policemen will lose their firearms because they have been attacked, like the examples he has already given. But there are situations whereby the policemen themselves could hire out guns and firearms illegally for criminal activities, something that has been spoken to several times. I think this is a very good petition, and therefore both the committees that have been given that opportunity to look at it should be careful to develop it in such a way that it brings a law which can digitize movement of firearms from both police stations, police posts, and any other spaces where we have firearms. And this will go a long way in making sure that firearms are with the correct people and they can be tracked anytime. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was at Kenyatta National Hospital and I noticed they have digitized everything. They can see the money movement, the movement of patients, and virtually everything is now digital. I think this is one space where the Ministry of Interior can actually use this leverage to make sure that we can track the movement of firearms and even later the bullets. And that will really save us a lot of trouble. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I agree with KJ and Milemba. Majority Leader, you look at this petition and I direct that you find a way of fusing the committees of ICT, security, and the petitions committee to look at it and see how you can engineer some legislation. It makes a lot of sense. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Chairperson, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg you to read the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 11th June 2026. Report of the Committee on Member Services and Facilities on its inspection visits to constituency offices in Nakuru County.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Washira Karani. Washira Karani. Chair, Committee on Member Services.
Correct. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of Committee on Member Services and Facilities on inspection visits in constituency offices in Nakuru County, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 11th June 2026.
Thank you. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The usual Thursday statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to present the following statement. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee met on Tuesday, 9th June 2026 to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the following week. Honorable Speaker, as members may have noticed from the order paper today, the House Business Committee approved very light business for the sitting. This is intended to allow the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable FCPA, John Mbadi, EGH, to make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027, commencing at 3 p.m. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to undertake the following business. 1, the second reading of the following bills. 1 is Appropriation Bill of 2026. 2 is a Finance Bill of 2026, if public participation will have been concluded on this bill. 3 is a Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill of 2026. 4 is the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill of 2026. 5 is the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill of 2026. 6 is the Plant Protection Bill of 2025. And 7, the Competition Amendment Bill of 2026. And just to remind the Chair Finance and the Chair Agriculture that we are still waiting for them to table the reports of those two bills. That's the Plant Protection Bill from the Chair Agriculture and the Competition Amendment Bill from the Chair Finance. Two, Honorable Speaker, there will be committee of the whole House on the following bills. The consultations were coming from the corner where the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse is seated. And when there's a cabinet secretary or cabinet secretaries in the House, you never know what Mwengi Mutuse could be planning. Honorable Speaker, I was on the committee of the whole House on the following bills. 1 is the Appropriation Bill of 2026, and 2, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions. 1, report on inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission and the East African Health Research Commission. 2 is report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. 3 is a second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. 4, report on consideration of a petition regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act. 5 is report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector. And 6 is the 8th report on audited financial statements of 6 state corporations. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House business shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 16th June 2026 to schedule business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table, Honorable Speaker, and as I have indicated, Honorable Speaker, today the House business had approved. Within the next 10 minutes, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, the Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, to make his pronouncement on the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the next financial year. Honorable Speaker, I'm re-emphasizing that, Honorable Speaker, because I know, Honorable Speaker, you are a senior counsel. And your predecessor, the Honorable J.B. Muturi, was not a senior counsel. But I know also the former Vice President, Kalonzo Musyoka, is said to be a senior counsel. And I saw them yesterday, Honorable Speaker, purport, together with other people out there, that the Cabinet Secretary was coming to read out the budget. No, Honorable Speaker, I wondered, least of all, I can forgive Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, because the last time you held public office was under the old constitution. And therefore, he's still living in the past of the old constitution, where cabinet secretaries would come and read budgets to the country. But for the Honorable J.B. Muturi, my friend, who sat in your place as a speaker, under this new constitution, and knows very well that the cabinet secretary does not come here to read any budget. We have in fact concluded with the budget estimates. All that remains is for us to consider the appropriation bill that I've just read here, which we will consider next week. And all the cabinet secretary is coming to do is to come and give his public pronouncement or his statement on budget highlights and revenue-raising measures. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would urge the country to forgive these people. In their confusion, they are still living in the past. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we tell them, if you live in the past, you cannot forge or fashion an agenda to move the country forward. As we welcome the Cabinet Secretary, I took liberty, Honorable Speaker, to inform those confused leaders out there to stop living in the past, to come to the present world under the new constitution, where Parliament and indeed the National Assembly is the one with the power of the past. Finally, Honorable Speaker, because I have listened to them, in their desperation, they are all telling the country, let us reject the finance bill. None of them has come out to tell Kenyans what particular clause in the finance bill do you have a problem with. But unlike in 2024, Honorable Speaker, when Kenyans largely did not understand that following public participation, a report will be tabled here by the chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee, and many of the concerns that Kenyans have raised, they can wait for that report next week, and they will see the Finance and National Planning Committee has taken into account the concerns of the people of Kenya. And we shall amend the finance bill and pass a finance bill that is in the best interest of the people of Kenya and not to serve the political interests of those confused people who don't even know whether we are reading budgets or making public pronouncements. Honorable Speaker, thank you for that.
Next, 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to add my voice to what the majority leader said. Mr. Speaker, I know we are in the era of misinformation and disinformation. But Mr. Speaker, when that misinformation is coming from high level, senior members of the society, some of them who have been speakers in this house, Mr. Speaker, then it is worrying. Mr. Speaker, I heard the former speaker saying this is the first time a budget is being read when the president is not around. The last president who attended this house when we were reading budget was Mwai Kibaki, Mr. Speaker. Under the old constitution. Looks like these people don't know what's happening in the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think they have no agenda to tell Kenyans, so they are scavenging for anything. Even when the president travels is a problem to them, there's a minister in charge of Treasury who should come to the house and read the budget, not the president, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, who is an expert? Mr. Speaker, secondly, they have spoken about the finance bill. First, they said that the finance bill has a clause that says all freehold titles will be changed to leasehold titles. That lie has been demystified. Now they have nothing else to say. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House and Kenyans that the person who is coming to read the estimates today is a former chairman of ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Can you repeat after me? ODM. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. Junet, you are out of order for conducting an illegal choir on the floor of the House. Honorable members, order. 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 Honorable members, for avoidance of doubt, the point made by Honorable Junet and Honorable Ichungwa, the President of the country is under no obligation to attend Parliament on the day when the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and Planning comes not to read a budget, but to make a statement and give to the country his revenue-raising measures. Indeed, if the President chose to come, which he can, he will sit in the Speaker's row. He will not sit where I'm sitting, where he comes to sit to address the House. So there is no such thing as a crisis because the President is out of the country. Budget is a preserve and an activity of National Assembly, exclusively. Exclusively. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. Question to be put and that reading.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable Kainan, take your seat. Honorable members, Honorable Muliro. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover. Justice Kemei, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chairman of the Agriculture Committee, I beg to move that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Susan Ngugi to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Susan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, Ndengu, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to provide for agricultural and livestock extension services, establish the Agricultural and Extension Service, and for connected purposes.
Majority Leader, is now 3 o'clock. Will you search, find, and bring to the chamber the CS for National Treasury and Planning? Yes, order. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, as you directed, I did not have to search for the minister. He was well within the principles of Parliament and on time. Honorable Speaker, it is now my pleasure and honor to present to the House and to the country, and to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Minister for the National Treasury and Planning, FCPA, John Mbadi, expert.
Hold on, Minister. Take your seat. Honorable members, I have a short communication in relation to this agenda on order paper. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning is to make the public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term during this afternoon sitting. In this regard, and in accordance with the standing orders, I have designated a suitable place in the chamber for that purpose. Honourable members, it is in the tradition of this House to recognize invited guests seated in the galleries of our hallowed chamber. I therefore wish to recognize the presence of the following members of the Cabinet. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs. Honorable Soipan Tuya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Defense. Honorable Alice Wahome, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Honorable Aden Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Health and Majority Leader Emeritus of this House. Honorable Julius Migos Ogamba, EPS, Cabinet Secretary for Education. Honorable Mutai Kagwe, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Livestock Development, a former colleague of mine in the Senate and my yearmate at the University of Nairobi. The Honorable Salim Mvuria, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs and Sports. The Honorable Opio Wandai, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum and Minority Leader Emeritus of this House. Mrs. Hannah Wendot Cheptumo, Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture and Arts and Heritage. Honorable Dorcas Oduor, Senior Counsel, EGH, the Attorney General. Mrs. Mercy Wanjao, EGH, Secretary to the Cabinet. Honorable members, I also acknowledge all Principal Secretaries and the accompanying officials. I accord special recognition to the Principal Secretaries for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Dr. Chris Kipto, CBS, Mr. Cyril Odede, and Dr. Boniface Makoha, who work closely with the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Honorable members, we are also joined by the following judges of the Superior Courts. Honorable Justice Hilary Chemitei, Judge of the High Court. Honorable Justice Mohammed Kulo, Judge of the Environment and Land Court. Honorable Justice Onesimus Macau, Judge of the Employment and Labor Relations Courts. They are accompanied by the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Mr. Paul Ndemo, OGW. I also wish honorable members to recognize the heads and members of the constitutional commissions and independent officers, as well as the leadership of state corporations who are in attendance. I further wish to recognize the distinguished members of the diplomatic corps and who have graciously joined us for this event. I also acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Council of Governors, His Excellency FCPA, Ahmed Abdullahi, EGH, Governor of Wajir County, Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I extend a warm welcome to all our invited guests. The National Assembly is honored by your presence on this auspicious occasion. Your continued partnership and support to the work of Parliament is duly noted and valued. Honorable members, I now interrupt the business of the House to allow Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, also former leader of the minority party in the National Assembly, to make public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government for the financial year 2026-2027 and the medium term. The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Honorable FCPA John Mbadi, EGH, you may now proceed with your afternoon job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 13th Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to present to this august House and to the people of Kenya the budget statement for the financial year 2026-2027. I make this statement in fulfillment of the requirements of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order number 241 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this is the first budget since the passing of the late Right Honorable His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, who is fondly remembered as a patriot and national hero, and who steadfastly championed economic justice, democracy, and equal opportunity for all Kenyans. His legacy continues to inspire and guide us as we transform Kenya into a newly industrialized and middle-income economy. In honor of his immense contribution to our country, I would politely request and invite members of this esteemed House to observe a moment of silence, which will take 1 minute.
Members be upstanding. Guests in the galleries be upstanding.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was a key partner to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in the broad-based arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this budget captures the ideals of the two great leaders, especially on the aspiration to transform our economy from its current status to a more developed nation status, a path to Canaan through Singapore. The extensive public participation throughout the budget process presents a solid basis and foundation for what is clearly the people's budget. Mr. Speaker, public participation is a constitutional imperative. In compliance with this requirement, I personally led extensive public engagements with Kenyans from across the country in the last 1 year. This was meant to get their views and inputs to the budget that I am presenting today. For example, I met youth and business community, particularly boda operators, Juakali artisans, leadership of the Mitumba sector, and scrap metal dealers. I also engaged extensively with members of the Fourth Estate, and in the process, launched their Financial Journalists Association. Additionally, I traveled to various regions and conducted numerous regional dialogues. These include Kilifi in December 2025 for the Coastal Region Dialogue, Migori in Nyanza, Kakamega in Western, and Eldoret and Nakuru in Rift Valley regions in the month of January 2026. Mr. Speaker, in February 2026, I traveled to Kiambu and Meru counties, while in May 2026, I met the youth and the business community from Kajiado and Nairobi regions. The month of May and June 2026 have been very intense in terms of engagement. Mr. Speaker, besides these regional dialogues, I joined Bunge la Mwananchi community at Jivanji Gardens, Nairobi, and Gumzo la Uchumi, Mashinani, in Busia County for conversation with faith-based organizations in May 2026. I've also, on numerous occasions, appeared in a number of television stations expounding on what we are doing and what we intend to do as a government. Further, in the same month of May 2026, I returned to my alma mater, the University of Nairobi, where I had a dialogue with comrades at the Chandaria Auditorium. Mr. Speaker, in my engagements with Mwananchi, I walked into a couple of shops to directly engage with the mobile phone dealers on the proposed tax changes, that is the excise duty on mobile phones. Additionally, last Thursday, 4th of June 2026, I joined a panel of eminent professionals on the Citizen Digital X-Space in unpacking the Finance Bill 2026. The eminent professionals included FCPA Professor Elizabeth Kalunda, the chairperson of Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, Mr. Fred Kimodo, Deloitte Tax Policy Lead, Mr. Raymond Mulenje, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Bankers Association, Mr. Tobias Alando, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and Mr. Kwame Owino, the Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Economic Affairs. A total of 15,847 Kenyans tuned in, while live listeners topped 14,249. Mr. Speaker, the message from Kenyans across the country, from our rural villages to our bustling towns and cities, the ordinary Mwananchi is clear and consistent in their messaging. They have genuine expectations from the government. Kenyans want an economy that works for them, an economy where the cost of living is manageable, where opportunities for employment and businesses are expanding, and where the benefits of economic growth are shared widely across society. Mr. Speaker, Wananchi want to see a government that listens to their concerns and responds with policies that promote opportunity, fairness, and prosperity. They want to see a government that protects their livelihoods, a government that supports farmers and small businesses, empowers the youth and women, and ensures that public resources are used prudently and transparently. Above all, the people of Kenya want assurance that their hard-earned taxes will translate into tangible improvements in their daily lives. Mr. Speaker, the main feedback from all these engagements was that the government should reduce the overall cost of living by lowering the tax burden on essential commodities, tame wastage of public resources, and decisively deal with corruption. Mr. Speaker, among the concerns and anxieties raised by Kenyans is the fear of potential outbreaks of infectious diseases, including Ebola, given the reported cases in some countries within the region. And so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to underscore that while Kenya is currently free of any confirmed Ebola virus disease, the government has activated the National Ebola Incident Management System to coordinate surveillance and response. Already, enhanced screening is taking place at all the points of entry, especially the airports and border points. The government has, in the meantime, trained over 1,000 health workers and put together a reserve team of 241 experts in epidemiology, laboratory services, and emergency response who remain on standby for rapid deployment. The government has also designated isolation and treatment facilities across the country, including at Kenyatta National Hospital and the National Police Service Hospital. The Ministry of Health is working closely with regional and international partners, including the World Health Organization, Africa CDC, IGAD, and the East African Community on this matter. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are further supported by our development partners. Already, the government of the United States of America has committed approximately US $13.5 million towards health security interventions, including disease surveillance and emergency preparedness. In addition, the World Bank has mobilized resources under the Regional Recovery and Resilience Operation program, which will support, among others, interventions in strengthening the health systems. Mr. Speaker, these resources, complemented by domestic budgetary allocations, will significantly enhance Kenyans' capability and capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to Ebola and other epidemic-prone diseases while safeguarding livelihoods and maintaining economic stability. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, this demonstrates that this government is listening and responding to the concerns of citizens. On other concerns Kenyans raised with me during the public engagements I highlighted above, I will be elaborating on intervention that the government is putting in place to cushion Kenyans and improve their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the budget for financial year 2026-2027 will prioritize various interventions under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that promote private sector-led growth, expand employment opportunities, and enhance delivery of public services while preserving fiscal sustainability and building resilience against emerging economic challenges. Mr. Speaker, this budget is being presented at a time of heightened global uncertainty arising from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted global commodity markets and supply chains, weakened investor confidence, and tightened financial conditions. These developments have heightened risks to growth and inflation, increased pressure on public finances, and created uncertainty in global markets. For a developing economy such as Kenya, the impact is being felt through higher pump prices following a steep increase in global oil prices from an average of US $63.06 per barrel in February 2026 to US $94.4 per barrel by end of May 2026. In addition, tighter financing conditions, weakening export demand, slower investment flow, and rising cost of living continue to exert pressure on economic activities. Yet, even in this environment, new opportunities are emerging. Countries that strengthen competitiveness, deepen regional integration, and build resilient productive capacity will be the ones that will thrive. Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that Kenya's economic journey over the past 3 years stands as a story of resilience. Difficult but necessary choices were made, delivering a steady recovery. Faced with significant domestic and external pressures and shocks, the government took difficult but necessary decisions to restore macroeconomic stability, strengthen public finances, and lay a firm foundation for sustainable growth. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the hard decisions are bearing fruits. Under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have recorded clear gains. First, the Kenyan economy has remained resilient and registered an average rate of 5% in the period of 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth rate of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. Importantly, macroeconomic stability has been preserved. Confidence in our economy has actually strengthened, and the foundation for sustained growth are now firmly in place. Macroeconomic fundamentals such as inflation and exchange rate have strongly rebounded and are projected to remain stable. Interest rates have declined, supporting growth in private sector credit from the banking industry. We have also accumulated the highest levels of official foreign exchange reserves of US $13.2 billion, which is equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover by May 2026, providing adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. Mr. Speaker, let me mention some of the key achievements. Since the rollout of better or bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the agriculture sector has registered key gains that include the following: reduced fertilizer costs through government subsidy programs, increased marketed agricultural production, expanded food security interventions, and strengthened farmer support services targeting both smallholder and commercial farmers. Specifically, fertilizer disbursements under the fertilizer subsidy program have increased substantially to 21.3 million bags in 2025 from, listen to this, 1.4 million bags disbursed in 2022. While the cost of a 50 kilogram bag of fertilizer declined from 7,500 shillings per bag to 2,500 shillings per bag. As a result of this, farmers realized estimated savings of approximately 105 billion shillings over a 2-year period, enabling increased investment in production. Agricultural production has increased significantly between 2022 and 2025. For example, maize production almost doubling to 67 million bags in 2025 from 34 million bags in 2022. While maize imports have declined substantially to 3.3 million bags from 9.9 million bags over the same period, reflecting improved domestic efficiency. The increased production contributed to a decline of retail prices of a 2 kilogram packet of maize flour from an average of 250 shillings to an average of 165 shillings over the same period. Paddy rice production also increased significantly to 303,724 metric tons in 2025 from 192,299 metric tons in 2022. To support expanded cultivation, the area under rice production in public irrigation schemes increased from 48,324 acres to 71,624 acres. Potato production increased to 2.5 million tons in 2025 from 1.8 million tons in 2022. And milk production increased to 5.5 million liters in 2025 from 4.6 million liters. Let me repeat that. Production of milk has increased from 5.5 billion liters in 2025 from 4.6 billion liters in 2022. The increased production has improved food security, reduced dependence on food imports, and contributed to more stable food prices and higher farmer incomes. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, farmers across the other sector, various value chains, have enhanced production and benefited from higher earnings. Tea production has grown to 550.4 million kilograms in 2025 from 535 million kilograms in 2022, while tea export earnings rose significantly to Kenya shillings 187 billion from Kenya shillings 163 billion over the same period. To support rehabilitation of aging plantations and expansion of coffee acreage, the government distributed coffee seedlings progressively across the years, including 85,000 seedlings distributed in the financial year of 23-24, 809,000 seedlings in financial year 2024-2025, and 3,127,769 seedlings in financial year 2025-2026, and a further 2,242,769 coffee seedlings under the March to May 2026 long-range program. As a result of these interventions, the area under coffee has increased from 115,500 hectares in 2025 from 109,385 hectares in 2022. In the edible oils industry or sector, the area under edible crops increased significantly to 114,350 hectares in 2025 from 60,000 hectares in 2022, reflecting growing farmer participation and investment in the subsector. Further, Mr. Speaker, interventions under the sugar sector has led to significant growth in both cane production and processing capacity, with the area under sugarcane cultivation increasing by 19.4% and national sugar production rising to 815,454 metric tons in 2024 from 472,773 metric tons in 2022. Mr. Speaker, having spoken about agriculture, and you can see the kind of improvement that has taken place in agriculture, let me now turn to healthcare. Access to healthcare has expanded substantially through far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening primary healthcare, improving service delivery, and ensuring sustainable health financing. A total of 31.2 million Kenyans are now registered under the Social Health Authority, compared to about 8 million under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund, while 228 primary care networks have been established and operationalized. A total of 107,831 community health promoters have been recruited and trained, while 16,810 medical interns have undergone internship, bringing healthcare services closer to communities. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the critical role the contracted healthcare facilities play in the delivery of healthcare services to Kenyans. It is with this in mind that the government in the current financial year of 25-26 allocated 4 billion for settlement of outstanding National Hospital Insurance Fund pending bills. And going forward, we will settle the balance of the bills that are owed under the defunct National Hospital Insurance Fund and which span over the years. Mr. Speaker, this allocation is specifically designated for settlement of NHIF pending bills owed to contracted health care facilities in accordance with the presidential directive that prioritized the clearance of outstanding obligations for facilities with claims not exceeding 10 million shillings. The claims earmarked for settlement under this allocation have been duly verified and adjudicated and will be fully paid before the close of this financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government will subsequently prioritize payment of the outstanding claims exceeding the 10 million threshold once verified in the next budget. Mr. Speaker, the government has accelerated implementation of the affordable housing program to address Kenya's housing deficit, create jobs, stimulate local manufacturing, support MSMEs, strengthen county economies, and improve the quality of life for millions of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, through the program, number one, a total of 277,281 housing units have been completed or are under implementation nationwide as at May 2026. Two, the program has also successfully aggregated demand through the Bomayangu platform, where more than 1 million Kenyans have registered their interest in home ownership, demonstrating both the scale of housing demand and growing public confidence in the government housing agenda. And I hope they will not listen to other voices outside there. Number three, to improve living conditions for students and support the expansion of higher education, the government has packaged 177,686 students' beds for development across universities, while 22,512 institutional housing units are under construction for our disciplined forces, teachers, healthcare workers, and other public servants. Number four, the program has also created over 640,442 jobs across the housing value chain through construction activities, professional services, manufacturing, logistics, and supporting industries. And of course, these are Kenyans who would be jobless if we didn't have their housing program. And number five, under the Modern Markets program, a total of 476 markets have been packaged for development nationwide, with 354 already under implementation. This will provide dignified trading spaces and support entrepreneurship, and that is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the government continues to implement a number of interventions to empower our youth. And in particular, the government has, one, constructed 4 youth empowerment centers in Mwea, Chepalungu, Dagoretti North, and Mandera South constituencies. In addition, 25 youth empowerment centers have been equipped, bringing the total to 156 youth empowerment centers across the country. Number two, the government has also enhanced skills development and wealth creation through provision of loans to 93,559 youth entrepreneurs through the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Additionally, 91,253 youth have benefited through startup grants under the National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement (NYOTA) program. The NYOTA program has also supported 51,604 youth through on-job experience in 26 counties across the country. And number three, government has also implemented Vijana Vuka na Afya project in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, where 72,623 youths have benefited from subsidized sexual reproductive health services. Mr. Speaker, in support of the creative economy, the government has established 3 film hubs in Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, and also in Bomet and in Migori counties, and fully equipped them with film production equipment. Additionally, a cinema theater has been established at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology with a capacity of 150 audiences. Further, to reach more youth, particularly in rural areas, a cinema machinani program has been rolled out. The government has also facilitated the production of 1,745 local and foreign films in Kenya and trained 1,847 filmmakers. Mr. Speaker, to further empower the youth, the government, in partnership with the United Nations Development Program, has developed the NextGen.ke initiative that will provide recently graduated youth with paid internship opportunities in the private sector, enabling them to acquire practical workplace experience and market-relevant skills. And I personally led the negotiation on this scope. To support this intervention, the government has committed an initial allocation of 2 billion towards its implementation. Mr. Speaker, given the scale of the youth employment challenge, the government further calls upon development partners, the private sector, philanthropic organizations, and other stakeholders to join this national effort, acknowledging that the task of creating opportunities for Kenya's youth extends beyond the capacity of government alone and requires a broad-based partnership for sustainable impact. Honorable members and Mr. Speaker and honorable members, to support MSMEs, the government has moved deliberately to put affordable credit, markets, and shared infrastructure directly into the hands of the enterprises and the young people at the base of the economy. To expand access to affordable credit, the government set up the Hustler Fund in 2022. Since then, the fund has actually disbursed 87 billion Kenya shillings to 28 million accounts and given 4.5 million people previously unscored or blacklisted Kenyans a formal credit history for the first time. Mr. Speaker, under the NYOTA program, more than 5.6 billion has been invested in business skills training, mentorship, and startup capital, benefiting at least 84 youths in each of the country's 1,450 wards. And to promote value addition, the government has equipped 214 industrial development centers in our constituencies and opened regional markets to more than 1,100 of our enterprises, creating over 23,000 direct and indirect jobs. This is the bottom-up transformation at work. And in the coming year, we will scale it further. Mr. Speaker, the sustained investment by the government since 2022 has improved infrastructure development, thereby enhancing connectivity, boosting manufacturing, facilitating trade, and enhancing access to markets and essential services. Key achievements in this sector include the following. 1, expansion of road network across the country, with over 2,669 kilometers of roads constructed and more than 132,000 kilometers maintained. Number 2, increase country's installed electricity generation capacity to 3,272 megawatts as at April 2026, with additional capacity expected from the 35 megawatts Globek power plant. To improve energy security and reliability, the government has modernized substations, strengthen the national grid, reduce system losses, and enhance regional power interconnections. As a result, 73.45 kilometers of transmission lines and associated substations were constructed, while 200 kilometers of transmission lines were energized, including the Lesos, Kabarnet, Kitui Wote, and Sondu Homa Bay lines. In addition, 330 kilometers of distribution lines and 7 associated substations were also completed. Mr. Speaker, during the same period, access to electricity expanded significantly, with the number of customers connected rising from 8.9 million to over 10.2 million Kenyans. And number 3, industrialization is currently gaining momentum, with 10 county aggregation and industrial parks constructed over the last 3 years to support value addition and create employment opportunities across the counties. Mr. Speaker, we have also invested heavily in critical social sectors and supported the vulnerable in the society. And as a result, a social protection program have been strengthened, with 1.2 million vulnerable Kenyans currently supported under the Inua Jamii program, helping to improve household resilience and protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And access to education and skills development has expanded through the implementation of far-reaching reforms across the education sector, including successful implementation of the competency-based curriculum. Number 2, rollout of the student-centered funding model, through which nearly 500,000 university and TVET students have benefited from scholarships and loans based on need and merit. Number 3, recruitment of 100,000 teachers to strengthen teaching capacity and improve learner outcomes, a record in the history of any government in this country. Number 4, timely and consistent release, and I want to repeat, timely and consistent release of capitation funds to support learning in basic institutions. Number 5, construction of over 23,000 classrooms and commencement of 1,600 laboratories in partnership with the National Government Constituency Development Fund, which continues to do a good job and deliver services to this country. Revitalization of technical and vocational education and training, with enrollment increasing from 562,499 trainees in 2022 to currently 825,484 trainees in 2025. Mr. Speaker, access to clean and safe water has improved, with an additional 6 million Kenyans gaining access to water services through investment in key projects, thus enhancing public health and supporting economic activity. This comes as no surprise, considering that Kenya is a leader in designing innovative, paradigm-shifting, locally led climate action. Take the FLOCA program, for example. It has broken the barrier in financing locally prioritized and locally led resilience investments in 1,380 wards across 45 counties, benefiting more than 2.5 million beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, key among the FLOCA gold standard investments are the 58-kilometer rehabilitation of the Colonial Yatta Canal in Machakos County, a reverse osmosis water treatment facility in Makueni, and the Kolanya water project in Busia County. As a matter of fact, Kenya is the leading beneficiary of the Green Climate Fund, with a total of 37 projects approved and with a portfolio of more than $1 billion, a remarkable achievement that led Kenya's identification as the host of Green Climate Finance Africa Region Office. Mr. Speaker, the government has made strides in the blue economy. Gains made under it includes fish landing sites. 5 coastal counties have modern landing sites under development. Mwape in Kwale, Kenya shillings 255 million. Kidongo in Mombasa, 175 million shillings. Kilifi Central, 275 million. Kipini in Tana River, 151 million. Mokowe in Lamu, 239 million. Each of the sites includes ice and cold storage facilities, boat docking areas, processing points, ablution blocks, market stalls, and waste management system, supporting fish preservation, trade, and employment. These projects are scheduled for completion by June 2026. Also included in these gains is the lake site. There are 4 fish landing sites, 9 sites along Lake Victoria, including Asat, Ogal, Bumbe, Wichlum, Asembube, Wakula, Mainuga, Nyandiwa, and Gorkachola at 1.49 billion by end of June 2026. Along Lake Turkana is also the Kalokol fish landing site, 182 million. Contractor on site includes docking facilities, cold storage and ice plants, fish processing areas, and market support infrastructure. There is also Lower Engak Fish Market, 185 million. Contractor on site features cold storage, hygienic market stalls, and processing facilities to support fishers and traders. This is the inclusion that we need in this country. Mr. Speaker, the arid and semi-arid lands in the northern Kenya region has historically been marginalized. And to drive inclusion and transform the region, the government is implementing various interventions targeting infrastructure development and social inclusion programs. These include construction of a 750-kilometer northern Kenya gateway corridor that connects 3 expansive counties of Isiolo, Wajir, and Mandera to boost regional connectivity and trade. Under this, there are various ongoing roads that government is implementing with the support of development partners. Mr. Speaker, the government is also implementing various water interventions in the region through drilling and equipping of boreholes, construction of dams and water pans, and expansion of bulk water supply systems. Further, key interventions in the education sector include recruitment of 5,000 teachers in the hard-to-reach areas, integration of alternative learning systems like Duksi or Islamic religious schools and madrasa into formal education framework, construction of low-cost boarding facilities and dormitories in this region, provision of scholarships to protect vulnerable students from dropping out, and implementation of TVETs to equip pastoralist youth with hands-on skills. Finally, Mr. Speaker, devolution has been strengthened through the consistent and timely disbursement of resources to county governments, ensuring continuity in service delivery and implementation of county development programs. Since 2022, funding to county governments has steadily increased, with equitable share to counties increasing from 370 billion shillings in financial year 2022-23 budget to 428 billion Kenya shillings in the financial year 2026-27 budget. Total county allocations that include shareable revenue and additional allocations from the national government allocations, as well as donor proceeds, has therefore increased from 392 billion to 502 billion over the same period. This reflects government's unwavering commitment to safeguarding and strengthening devolution as a key pillar of inclusive national development. Mr. Speaker, while we take pride in these achievements, we cannot afford complacency. Global uncertainty persists, high cost of living continues to affect many households, youth unemployment persists, and climate-related shocks continue to affect livelihoods and production. Mr. Speaker, our task is therefore clear: to solve the many problems facing Kenyans by sustaining targeted interventions and better in order to accelerate job creation for our youth, grow investment and trade, and deepen economic resilience. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we chose the theme of the financial year 2026-27 budget as sustaining the bottom-up economic transformation agenda for resilient and inclusive growth amid global uncertainty. This theme aligns with the current challenges and priorities of the government. And Mr. Speaker, as we move forward in implementing the government's transformation agenda, we remain mindful of all the concerns raised by Kenyans on the prevailing fiscal environment and the need for continued prudence in the management of public resources. The current fiscal position that is characterized by narrowing fiscal space calls for careful prioritization and disciplined execution of government programs. Mr. Speaker, let me speak plainly about the fiscal reality we face. Kenya's infrastructure financing deficit stands at approximately 5 billion US dollars every year. That's about 650 billion Kenya shillings. Our development budget, while growing, cannot close that gap alone. The era of financing every road, every power line, and every dam through government borrowing and taxation is over. Not because we lack ambitions, but because we have learned from the consequences of that model. Debt finance infrastructure has left us with more debt service obligations that crowd out the very spending our people need most on health, education, and social protection. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to build better. We are shifting from a model where government borrows to build to enhanced use of the public-private partnership and the recently established National Infrastructure Fund in funding priority infrastructure through private sector finances. That is the foundation on which this government's infrastructure program rests. Mr. Speaker, the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Expressway stands as proof. Construction of the expressway is now underway, and Kenyans will be driving on a modern 4 to 6 lane expressway once completed. Thank you. What makes this project truly historic is not the speed of delivery, it is how it was financed. Through the participation of the National Social Security Fund, both as a debt and equity investor, alongside international investors, a major national highway is being built with Kenyan capital by Kenyan workers and for the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, beyond the Rironi-Nakuru-Mau Summit project, the government will continue executing an ambitious infrastructure development plan through the National Infrastructure Fund. The fund will leverage on resources from privatization proceeds from mature national assets to attract private capital, domestic pension funds, and climate finance. Mr. Speaker, the rest of my statement now will present the economic context underpinning this budget, followed by the policy priorities, fiscal framework, expenditure proposals, and taxation measures for the financial year 2026-2027. I now turn to economic policy context, and I want to speak about the global context. Mr. Speaker, this budget, as I said earlier, has been prepared amidst heightened uncertainties associated with ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The conflict has disrupted critical energy infrastructure and major shipping routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, thereby exerting upward pressure on prices of energy and food. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, global growth is therefore projected to slow down to 3.1% in 2026 and 3.2% in 2027, from the average of 3.4% in both 2024 and 2025. Domestic economy. Back home, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the challenging global environment, the Kenyan economy has remained largely resilient, and the economy grew at an average of 5% in the period 2022 to 2025, outperforming the average global growth of 3.4% and that of sub-Saharan Africa of 4.1%. This performance reflects sound macroeconomic policy management, particularly prudent monetary and sound fiscal policies, sustained structural reforms, and the increasing diversification of the economy, which has enhanced its capacity to withstand severe shocks. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the economy grew by 4.6% compared to a growth rate of 4.7% in 2024. This growth was supported by positive growth in all the sectors. All the sectors of the economy at least registered positive growth. The outlook for 2026 has been revised downwards, however, to 5% from the earlier projection of 5.3%, reflecting the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East to domestic economic activities. The economy is projected to maintain the momentum in 2027 with a projected growth rate of 5.2%. So, Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic indicators remain broadly stable through the emerging external pressures, though the emerging external pressures continue to impact domestic prices. And in particular, overall inflation increased to 6.7% in May 2026 from 5.6% in April, and from 3.8% in May 2025 due to higher energy prices arising from the elevated global oil prices, but remained within the target range of plus or minus 2.5% over and above 5%. Inflation is expected to remain within the target range in the near term assuming a de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, and supported by appropriate monetary policy actions and government interventions. Expected stability in food prices due to favorable weather conditions and the stability in the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, the government has deployed targeted stabilization measures to cushion consumers from the full impact of rising global fuel prices. These interventions include use of resources in the Petroleum Development Levy Fund to subsidize the fuel pump prices. And in addition, the government lowered the VAT rate on petroleum products for 3 months from 16% to 8%. Mr. Speaker, monetary conditions have eased considerably. This follows reduction in the central bank rate from 11.25% in December 2024 to the current rate of 8.7%. And I'm happy the CBK maintained the same rate for the time being. As a result, interest rates have declined over the same period. The 91-day Treasury bill rate declined about 8.3% in May 2026 from 10.3% in December 2024. Similarly, average commercial banks lending rates declined to 14.5% in May 2026 from 16.9% in May 2025 and 17.2% in November 2024. Reflecting the decline in the lending rates, credit to the private sector expanded by 9.3% in the year to May 2026 from 2% in the year to May 2025 and a contraction of 1.4% in December 2024. The external sector remains resilient despite emerging risks. The current account deficit is projected at 3% of GDP in 2026 compared to 2.1% of GDP in 2025, reflecting the higher international oil prices, lower receipts from services, slower growth in remittance inflows, and reduced exports. This is due to the adverse impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. At the same time, official foreign exchange reserves remains adequate, as I mentioned, at USD 13 billion in May 2026, equivalent to 5.6 months of import cover, and continues to provide adequate cover and a buffer against short-term domestic and external shocks. The exchange rate has also remained broadly stable, averaging 129.4 shillings per US dollar in May 2026. And activities in Nairobi Securities Exchange have improved over the past 1 year. The Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index rose by 59.9% to 3,491 points in May 2026, up from 2,183 points in May 2025, while market capitalization expanded by 61.6% to 3,412 billion from Kenya shillings 2.11 billion over the same period, trillion over the same period. However, between February and May 2026, the Nairobi Securities Exchange 20-share index declined by 5.5% as investors became cautious of the rising global uncertainty associated with the conflict in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal policy stance for financial year 2026-27 and the medium term is anchored on a fiscal consolidation strategy that advances the priorities of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda while safeguarding debt sustainability and provision of essential public services. The strategy will be supported by continuous domestic revenue mobilization and expenditure rationalization through targeted tax and expenditure reforms. As a result, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected to decline gradually from 5.5% of GDP in the financial year 26-27 to 3.3% of GDP in financial year 28-29. Risks remain, though. Domestically, climate-related shocks could disrupt agricultural production and infrastructure, while externally, geopolitical tensions, commodity price volatility, weaker global growth, and tighter financial conditions continue to adversely affect inflation, exports, and capital flows. The government will continue to monitor evolution of these risks closely and deploy timely policy intervention to safeguard stability, strengthen resilience, and sustain inclusive economic growth. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the policy priorities and strategic interventions that will underpin the budget for financial year 2026-2027. Policy priorities and structural reforms. It will be anchored on bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, the economic context I have outlined is a clear reminder that we are operating in a period that demands resolve, discipline, and decisive actions. The convergence of global shocks and domestic pressures calls not only for incremental adjustments, but for bold and well-coordinated policy responses. In this regard, the government has taken and will continue to take firm and, where necessary, decisive actions to consolidate recent gains, safeguard macroeconomic stability, protect livelihoods, and strengthen economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, our focus is not only on navigating the immediate challenges, but also on accelerating structural transformation, creating jobs at scale, and ensuring that the benefits of growth are broadly shared among all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, these interventions are being implemented within a coherent and forward-looking framework anchored on the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Better remains the government's principal vehicle for translating policy into tangible outcome, and at the household level by aligning investments, reforms, and institutions around the goal of inclusive growth and shared prosperity. Through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, 5 core priority pillars, the government is scaling targeted interventions that address binding constraints to productivity, expand economic opportunities, and strengthen resilience across sectors. These priority pillars are deliberately structured to reinforce one another, ensuring that progress in one area catalyzes gains across the broader economy. Mr. Speaker, the government also continues to implement complementary cross-cutting policy interventions to sustain economic resilience, accelerate inclusive growth, and improve business environment. This will create a seamless transition to the next frontier of economic transformation. These interventions include the following. 1, strengthening fiscal and monetary policy coordination to safeguard economic stability and reinforce investor confidence. 2, enhancing fiscal sustainability by expanding domestic revenue mobilization and improving efficiency of public expenditure. 3, modernization of strategic infrastructure in transport and logistics, energy, and water sector to improve productivity, connect markets, lower the cost of doing business, and enhance competitiveness. 4, supporting industrial development, trade, tourism, blue economy, MSMEs, and innovation to accelerate job creation, broaden economic opportunities, and transform Kenya's economy to a net exporter of goods and services. 5, strengthening environmental conservation and climate change, mitigation and adaptation measures to promote sustainable development and resilience. And 6, supporting human capital development through continued investment in quality education, universal health care, and well-targeted social protection interventions. 7, advancing youth empowerment through targeted investment in skills development, entrepreneurship, digital opportunities, and access to affordable financing. And 8, strengthening governance reforms to enhance public service delivery. Now I want to talk about evidence-based decision-making. Mr. Speaker, as we implement this budget, the government reaffirms its commitment to strengthening economic planning and development as the foundation of sustainable growth, prudent resource allocation, and improved service delivery to our citizens. In the coming financial year, we will intensify efforts to institutionalize evidence-based planning and decision-making across all levels of government. This approach will ensure that public resources are directed to interventions that deliver the highest economic and social returns, aligning with the national development priorities. To achieve this, the government will accelerate the finalization and implementation of a comprehensive economic planning policy and an economic planning bill. These 2 instruments will create a coherent, transparent mechanism for identifying, prioritizing, and sequencing government policies, programs, and projects based on rigorous economic analysis, affordability, and measurable impact. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue to invest in national statistical system, policy research, data analytics, and monitoring and evaluation to provide timely, reliable evidence for decision-making. Integrated planning and data management system will be rolled out to improve coordination among ministries, departments, agencies, and even county governments. Mr. Speaker, through these measures, we will foster a culture of evidence-based policy making, strengthen public accountability, and ensure that every shilling spent delivers maximum value to the people of Kenya. On the policy and legal and institutional reforms front, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen economic stability, The government continues to roll out targeted structural, institutional, and regulatory reforms to improve the business environment, boost public services efficiency, and reinforce accountability in public finances. In building resilience against climate change, Mr. Speaker, the government has continued to make concerted efforts to strengthen disaster risk management. The recently enacted National Disaster Risk Management Bill, which is now an act of parliament, and I thank this National Assembly, provides a legal framework for coordination of disaster risk management activities across the two levels of government, supporting prompt responses when disasters occur. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen the country's preparedness and response to climate-related risks, the National Treasury is spearheading the development of a new disaster risk financing strategy for the period 2026-2030, since the earlier strategy for the year 2018-2022 came to an end. Mr. Speaker, and in response to changes in climate, the government will continue to implement the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program, a transformative initiative that has unlocked green investments at the county level, empowering local communities to adapt to impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, to finance large-scale climate and environmental projects, the government will establish the Kenya Green Investment Facility in line with the Kenya's commitments under the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. To further scale green financing, the government is finalizing the framework for issuance of sustainability-linked bonds with targets in forestry and rural electrification expansion. Mr. Speaker, Kenya secured the hosting rights for the Green Climate Fund Regional Office for East and Southern Africa in Nairobi, reinforcing the country's position as a regional green finance hub. Further, the National Treasury is at an advanced stage of accreditation as a direct access entity to the Green Climate Fund, enabling the country increase public sector-driven climate investments and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the government will host the African Green Investment Forum in October 2026. And this forum will serve as a flagship continental initiative designed to mobilize substantial green finance, accelerate sustainable investments, and advance Africa's leadership in this domain. On public procurement reforms, Mr. Speaker, to operationalize procurement reforms and eliminate manual inefficiency procurement system in July 2025. The system has now shifted procurement processes from fragmented and manual processes to a fully digitized procurement platform. The platform has been integrated with core government systems, including IFMIS, Business Registration Services, and ITAX, with initial onboarding prioritizing national government ministries, departments and agencies. State corporations and county governments will then follow. Significant progress has been made, and to date, 1,543 procuring entities have been registered, over 40,000 suppliers registered, over 22,000 staff trained, over 12,000 suppliers or contractors have also been trained. 652 annual procurement plans have been published and over 8,000 tenders published. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the next steps will include full rollout of the system to all schools and other procuring entities that are yet to onboard to the EGP system. Continuous user training and change management to improve adoption and system utilization will be conducted. Further, Mr. Speaker, beginning July 1st, 2026, there will be no exemption. There will be no exemption to procure outside the system. Together, these measures will ensure that every shilling allocated through this budget delivers maximum value to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of the EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered Thank you. Mr. Speaker, during the implementation of EGP system, we have experienced challenges which have hindered the seamless implementation of the system. Some of these challenges include resistance from users and litigation in the courts. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen our procurement framework, the government developed the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill, Amendment Bill 2026, among the key reform areas in the bill, which include mandatory disclosure and reporting requirements, promotion of local content, and preference and reservation schemes, especially for youth, women, and persons with disabilities, and provision of a stronger legal basis for electronic procurement and framework contracting. Mr. Speaker, I submitted this bill of 2026 to Parliament for consideration and approval. I urge the House to favorably consider the bill. I want to now speak about the reforms under the state corporations. Mr. Speaker, state corporations remain a cornerstone of Kenya's development architecture, delivering essential public services and catalyzing strategic investments. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my statement last year that the government embarked on a comprehensive reforms which target to streamline mandates, strengthen governance, enhance accountability, and improve operational efficiency of state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the reforms is ongoing through a multi-agency technical working committee. In the first phase, the committee considered 23 mergers, 16 dissolutions, 7 transfers of functions back to ministries, departments and agencies, and the declassification of selected state corporations. Mr. Speaker, under phase 1 of the reforms, the committee has finalized the review of enabling legislations of the affected state corporations and drafted appropriate bills where necessary. Review of the staff complements, skills, and placement deployment of those affected so as to facilitate a smooth transition and documentation of assets and liabilities of the entities identified. I submitted to this House the draft bill supporting the implementation of the reforms under phase 1, and I urge the honorable members to favorably consider the bills to enable timely implementation of the reforms. Now let me speak about the new kid in the town, government-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, further as part of the reforms, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act number 25 of 2025 was assented to by His Excellency the President on 21st November 2025 and came into effect on 5th December 2025. The Act provides a modern framework for the ownership, oversight and management of commercial state corporations. Under the Act, the Independent Search and Selection Panel has begun the process of recruiting independent directors of the Board of GOEs. All the government-owned enterprises are required to operate as commercial entities, that is for profit, self-financing, be self-sustaining, accountable to the public through the National Treasury. Let me now speak about National Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026, the government established the National Infrastructure Fund following the enactment of the National Infrastructure Act of 2026. The NIF is an innovative mechanism for scaling up infrastructure development by mobilizing private capital and expertise to execute commercially viable infrastructure projects while reducing reliance on taxation and debt. The fund will promote growth of infrastructure projects by pooling capital from diverse sources, which include pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity, banks, development finance institutions, among others, to finance large-scale and long-term projects. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the proceeds from privatization will be channeled into the fund, that ensuring transparent revenue flow in financing national priority projects, including national highways, airports, seaports, electricity generation, ICT, water and irrigation, and agribusiness. As a start, the proceeds from the March 2026 IPO of Kenya Pipeline Company of 106 billion Kenya shillings, as well as the expected 204 billion Kenya shillings from the partial divestiture of the government's stake in Safaricom to Vodacom, will form the seed capital to the fund. Under Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. Speaker, to complement the National Infrastructure Fund, the government has submitted to this August House the bill to establish the Sovereign Wealth Fund with 3 distinct components. The first component is the stabilization component, then there is the strategic infrastructure investment component, and finally, the future generation, also known as Urithi component. And this fund will bring into operation Article 201 of the Constitution on intergenerational equity by ensuring that natural resources wealth is invested productively and spread equitably to both current and future generations. Let me now talk about speak to sugar reforms, or the reforms in the sugar sector. Mr. Speaker, the government has also taken practical steps to deliver its promise to modernize the sugar mills and transform these once struggling factories into productive, sustainable enterprises. The sugar sector reform program has been significantly progressed following the implementation of the government leasing framework for state-owned sugar companies. The leasing process has since been successfully concluded, with investors having fully taken over operations of the sugar factories, namely Chemelis Sugar Company, Moroni Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sugar Company, and Zoia Sugar Company. Mr. Speaker, since the resumption of operations, substantial investments have been undertaken towards rehabilitation and modernization of the factories, resulting in significant revamping of the mills and improvement of operational capacity. These initiatives are expected to enhance efficiency, restore profitability, and protect the livelihoods of farmers. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated transactions. They are proof that when governance is strengthened, when mandates are clarified, and when institutions are held to account, the corporations can be genuine engines of growth. The government will press forward, deepening these reforms and ensuring that every public enterprise earns its place through performance, transparency, and value created. Now, let me speak to national assets and inventory management. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen national assets management, the National Treasury has operationalized the assets and inventory management modules in our IFMIS, providing real-time visibility of public assets across all levels of government. An analysis of the asset registers shows that ministries, departments, and agencies collectively hold assets valued at approximately 4.9 trillion Kenya shillings, underscoring the importance of robust asset management. To strengthen transparency and support the transition to accrual accounting, the National Treasury has developed a government asset valuation policy framework and a public assets tagging framework. Mr. Speaker, to unlock greater value from these assets without placing additional pressure on public finances, the National Treasury is developing an asset optimization framework and a leasing framework to attract private capital and expertise while supporting infrastructure development and improved service delivery. Now let me speak to digital e-signatures in government. Mr. Speaker, in line with the digital transformation agenda, the government has also embarked on reforms to modernize and harmonize the legal and regulatory framework governing secure digital identities, electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time-stamping services. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, to make this a reality, I will in the next financial year submit to this House necessary amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and Kenya Information and Communications Act, as well as the attendant regulations. This will make use of electronic signatures, electronic seals, and time-stamping services a reality in government, thereby creating efficiency in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to something that has been troubling, the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, as I informed this House in my statement last year, the pending bills verification committee was established in November 2023 to review and validate outstanding claims and provide a credible basis for settlement. The committee has since concluded its work and analyzed a total of 91,911 pending bill claims, valued at over 637 billion shillings. Following this verification exercise, 29,885 claims amounting to 235.6 billion have been recommended for settlement. Of this amount, Kenya shillings 80.3 billion has already been settled through securitization in the road sector, leaving a verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings for other sectors. Mr. Speaker, to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion Kenya shillings, the National Treasury has proposed a balanced and sustainable settlement strategy, which includes a combination of direct budgetary allocations and securitization. The proposal is to settle the verified outstanding balance of 155.3 billion over 2 years, starting with the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 2026-27, the National Treasury is proposing a budgetary provision of 68 billion to settle the verified pending bills to suppliers and contractors owed by the government for amounts of up to 100 million shillings. This provision will also partly settle suppliers or contractors whose pending bills exceed 100 million shillings, ensuring that no supplier is excluded. With the settlement of this 68 billion worth of claims, the government will have settled 99% of the verified outstanding pending bills, representing 63% of the total value, a tremendous progress. Now, in terms of numbers, this will be 99 of the bills. But the remaining 88 billion worth of claims will be addressed through other budgetary provisions and instruments. Mr. Speaker, the deliberate policy of settling pending bills of up to 100 million Kenya shillings, while individually smaller in value, accounts for the majority of suppliers and have the highest multiplier effect on economic activity. This is to ensure that the micro, small, and medium enterprises are not starved of the essential working capital, which is critical to the sustainability of their businesses. Financial sector reforms. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's financial sector remains strong and continues to support households, businesses, savings, and investment across the country. Mr. Speaker, today, the banking sector remains strong, very stable and profitable, supported by adequate capital and liquidity buffers. In the year to March 2026, total banking sector assets grew by 13.8% from 7.7 trillion to 8.7 trillion, and profitability increased by 13.6% from 73 billion Kenya shilling to 83.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the banking sector's resilience, deepen competition, and improve access to credit for households and businesses, the government is implementing the following reforms. 1. Progressive increase in minimum core capital requirements for commercial banks from 1 billion to 10 billion by December 2029. 2. Lifted the moratorium on licensing of new commercial banks effective 1st July 2025. 3. Implementation of the revised risk-based credit pricing model anchored on the Kenya shilling overnight interbank average to enhance transparency and fairness in loan pricing and strengthen monetary policy transmission. And number 4, implementation of the banking penalties regulations 2025 to strengthen enforcement, governance, accountability, and compliance in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen banking sector's resilience and stability, the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 requires commercial banks to progressively raise the minimum core capital from 1 billion to 10 billion Kenya shillings by 2029 through targeted milestones. Mr. Speaker, while the government firmly upholds the strategic necessity of raising the minimum core capital, it is prudent that this transition be managed in a manner that is least disruptive to credit access and financial services delivery, particularly to the micro, small, and medium enterprise segment and other niche markets currently served by the banking industry. Mr. Speaker, to allow flexibility in achieving this objective and following wide consultation, especially with Kenya Bankers Association, I will be proposing amendments to the timeline specified in the Business Laws Amendment Act of 2024 to allow commercial banks raise the minimum core capital to 10 billion by 31st December 2032 without their new annual milestones. This will provide the flexibility necessary for institutions to pursue measured, commercially sound, and market-sensitive capital-raising strategies in a manner that preserves shareholder value and sustains investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, to make it easier and cheaper for Kenyans and businesses to send and receive money across the East Africa region, partner states are working to connect their financial system as per the East African Community Payment System Master Plan of 2025 so that transactions are faster, more affordable, and more efficient to support trade and regional integration. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, the government has, over the last 2 years, undertaken far-reaching reforms aimed at strengthening our anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing framework following the country's placement on the Financial Action Task Force Grey List in February 2024. These reforms include the adoption of the Virtual Asset Service Providers legal framework, strengthening beneficial ownership transparency, enhancing risk-based supervision across financial and designated non-financial business and professions sectors, improving interagency collaboration, and increasing investigations, prosecutions, and asset recovery efforts relating to money laundering and terrorism financing offenses. Further, Mr. Speaker, reporting institutions have continued to enhance compliance with AML and CFT obligations, thereby reinforcing the integrity and resilience of our financial system. Mr. Speaker, Kenya has actually made substantial progress in addressing the action items under the FATS action plan, with only a few outstanding measures remaining as we approach the conclusion of the implementation period. The government remains fully committed to finalizing the remaining reforms and securing Kenya's exit from the grey list at the earliest opportunity. These achievements demonstrate our unwavering resolve to align Kenya with the international best practices, safeguard the country against illicit financial flows, and strengthen investor confidence in our economy. And Mr. Speaker, the government is also supporting innovation in financial services through the implementation of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act of 2025. And in this regard, we have developed regulations to govern virtual asset service providers. The regulations framework ensures that new technologies operate in a safe and regulated environment that protects users, strengthens financial stability, and encourages responsible innovation. Under capital markets, Mr. Speaker, I have the following to say. The government continues to implement measures to deepen and broaden capital markets in order to mobilize savings for productive long-term investment. These efforts have continued to yield results, with the Nairobi Securities Exchange recording exceptional performance in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the capital market supported the recent initial public offering by the Kenya Pipeline Company and its subsequent listing at the Nairobi Securities Exchange in March 2026. Further, the capital market supported recent issuances by various companies to raise capital. These include 44 billion Kenya shillings, billion Kenya shilling Sharia-compliant leasing bond for infrastructure financing. The Safaricom's Kenya shillings 20 billion green bond to support 5G expansion. The East Africa Breweries PLC Kenya shillings 16.8 billion medium-term note program, and the Kenya shilling 3.4 billion by Spearhead Africa Infrastructure Fund to support long-term infrastructure financing across the region. Mr. Speaker, innovation in market access has advanced significantly with the launch of ZD trading application integrated into the M-Pesa platform. And this groundbreaking platform enables Kenyans to conveniently buy and sell securities through their mobile phones, marking a major milestone in financial inclusion and retail investor participation. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is emerging as a key player in the carbon credit space, leveraging its rich natural resources and a strong base in renewable energy to participate in global climate markets. To actualize formal trading of carbon credits, the government is preparing carbon credit regulations, and these regulations will allow the government and private sector players to benefit through trading of carbon credits generated in Kenya and the region. And Mr. Speaker, in my recent public engagements, coffee farmers raised concerns of continued exploitation by middlemen in the marketing and pricing of their coffee. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure Kenyans that through the reforms the government is implementing at the Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the exploitative middlemen have been eliminated, ensuring farmers retain a much larger share of the export price of their coffee. Farmers today are able to sell their coffee directly at the exchange, supported by their various brokerage firms, majority of whom are owned by the farmers through their cooperative societies. The Nairobi Coffee Exchange has also enabled price discovery, thereby improving earnings by the coffee farmers. And to further support prompt payment of coffee sold through Nairobi Coffee Exchange, the government introduced the direct settlement system that has reduced payment delays across the coffee value chain. Mr. Speaker, coffee's traceability is today a reality. Through the Nairobi Coffee Exchange trading platform and the direct settlement system, cataloging and invoicing, every coffee lot has a unique identification, milling data, warehouse records, auction sales, and buyer data that can be accessed, allowing traceability of coffee from the farm to the buyer. This has created greater buyer confidence on the origin, quality, and authenticity of Kenyan coffee by eliminating coffee laundering. On pension reforms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, delayed pension processing has for long been a source of frustration and hardship for retiring public servants. A civil servant who has dedicated their career to public service deserves timely and dignified access to their retirement benefits. Mr. Speaker, to hasten the processing of pension claims, I launched the e-pension management information system on 1st June 2026. Following this launch, we have now discontinued manual submission of pension claims unless expressly authorized by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, to ensure this reform delivers a lasting impact, ministries, departments, and agencies are now required to initiate pension claims at least 9 months before a public officer's retirement date. This will facilitate resolutions of late or incomplete submission of pension claims ahead of the retirement date for our employees. Further, the National Treasury, in collaboration with the Kenya School of Government, will institutionalize electronic pension management information system training as part of a continuous capacity building program to ensure sustained competency in pension administration across the public sector. Insurance reforms. Mr. Speaker, to expand access to insurance, the Insurance Regulatory Authority licensed 5 micro-insurance companies in financial year 24-25. This has increased access to affordable insurance, with over 11 million lives covered as of 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen climate resilience, the government is promoting agricultural and index-based insurance products. Through the drive, which is de-risking, inclusivity, and value enhancement, livestock insurance project over 2.7 million livestock valued at 29.3 billion have been insured, while payouts exceeding 648 million have supported pastoral communities affected by drought since 2023. Further, the government has initiated amendments to the Insurance Act to establish agricultural insurance as a standalone class of insurance business. This reform will strengthen the regulatory framework for agricultural risk management and support food security, financial inclusion, and sustainable agricultural development. And Mr. Speaker, to deepen local insurance capacity and retain insurance premium within the domestic economy, the government will effective 1st July 2026 require all importers to obtain marine cargo insurance cover from insurance license under the Insurance Act prior to customs clearance. Fiscal policy framework. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of financial year 25-26 budget has remained broadly on course despite emerging pressures on revenue performance and expenditure demands. These developments have necessitated measured adjustments while at the same time informing a more deliberate and responsive fiscal policy stance for the financial year 26-27 and the medium term. And Mr. Speaker, on the revenue front, performance has fallen short of target in the financial year 2025-26. This is due to slower than expected tax receipts, largely driven by administrative constraints and a slowdown in economic activities. At the same time, expenditure pressures have intensified. The implementation of pending and newly negotiated collective bargaining agreements has raised the public sector wage bill beyond initial projections, thereby constraining fiscal space. In addition, emergency interventions in response to floods and drought have required additional resources. As a result of these developments, it became necessary to introduce targeted adjustment through supplementary budget number 1 of financial year 25-26. Mr. Speaker, to enhance tax administration, including upgrading of critical systems and strengthening of compliance efforts, the Kenya Revenue Authority was allocated additional resources in the supplementary budget number 1 for financial year 2025-27, to be exact, 17 billion. These interventions are expected to improve efficiency and support a recovery revenue performance. The supplementary budget 1 also reflected additional expenditure of 368.6 billion compared to the original budget to cater for the emerging expenditure pressures. In this regard, the fiscal deficit, including grants, is now projected at 1,199 billion, equivalent to 6.4% of GDP, compared to 901 billion or 4.7% of GDP in the original budget estimates. Mr. Speaker, fiscal policy is not merely about balancing budget. It is about creating conditions for sustainable growth, protecting the vulnerable and securing prosperity for the future generation. Accordingly, the fiscal policy for 26-27 and the medium term will be anchored on a growth-supportive consolidation path, aligned to the government's priorities under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the 4th medium-term plan. The policy will prioritize enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strengthen expenditure control, and strategic reprioritization of public spending. This approach aims to reinforce public debt sustainability and safeguard essential public service. Now let me turn to domestic revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, every shilling of development begins with every shilling of revenue collected fairly, efficiently, and transparently. To boost revenues, the government will continue to strengthen implementation of the national tax policy and medium-term revenue strategy, aimed at simplifying tax laws, rationalizing tax expenditures, and creating a fair, predictable, and efficient tax systems. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has intensified reforms to modernize tax administration, enhance compliance, and improve service delivery through technology and innovation. Notable progress has been made in expanding the electronic tax invoice management system, with over 655,000 taxpayers now onboarded, significantly enhancing transaction visibility and strengthening VAT compliance. Integration between iTax and customs systems has improved end-to-end taxpayer visibility, while the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified. I want to repeat that. While the rollout of the electronic rental income tax system has simplified compliance with the rental sector. So we have already implemented the system that I think some people are still dreaming about out there. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority has also strengthened enforcement through data-driven compliance strategies, artificial intelligence, and non-intrusive cargo scanning technologies, enhancing the detection of illicit trade and reducing revenue leakages. As a result, the active taxpayer base increased by 82,000 to over 6.6 million taxpayers as at March 2026, from 6.5 million as at March 2025, reflecting a growing voluntary compliance and improved taxpayer engagement. And I want to thank Kenyans for this. Mr. Speaker, service delivery and trade facilitation have equally improved through initiatives such as Huduma Popote and enhanced customs systems, which have reduced cargo clearance times and improved operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, in the financial year 26-27, Kenya Revenue Authority will intensify reforms to strengthen revenue mobilization, modernize tax administration, and improve taxpayer experience through the following measures. Number one, roll out integrated digital tax administration and revenue monitoring systems, including the domestic tax administration system, expanded electronic invoicing, virtual electronic tax registers, enhanced point-of-sale integration, and the e-customs mobile application to improve efficiency, compliance, and real-time visibility of transactions. Number two, implement device identification and registration and strengthen exchange of information frameworks to combat tax evasion, illicit trade, and cross-border revenue leakages. Number three, simplifies taxpayer processes through pre-populated returns, streamlined digital payment solutions, and expanded digital service delivery platforms to reduce the cost and burden of compliance. And number four, expand taxpayer outreach and support through initiatives such as Ushuru GPT, Omni-Channel Customer Engagement System, Huduma Popote, and Ushuru Mashinani to enhance accessibility and responsiveness. Number five, strengthen enforcement, compliance, and revenue assurance through advanced data analytics, artificial intelligence, and integrated investigation and case management system. And number six, invest in core ICT infrastructure, integrated enterprise platform, and cybersecurity systems to safeguard the integrity, resilience, and efficiency of revenue administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the government will continue to scale up non-tax revenues by strengthening the capacity of ministries, departments, and agencies to efficiently generate income from public services while enhancing their operational system to improve efficiency and overall revenue performance. Now, I want to speak to improving efficiency of the public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, raising revenue is only half the equation. Ensuring that every shilling delivers maximum value is equally important. And in order to improve the efficiency and value for money of public expenditure, the government is implementing targeted reforms to strengthen expenditure controls, enhance transparency, and improve public sector efficiency. These reforms include the full rollout of e-government procurement, completion of key treasury single account reforms, and transition to accrual-based accounting to strengthen cash management, fiscal oversight, and financial reporting. The government will also deepen public financial management reforms through the entrenchment of zero-based budgeting, digitization and automation of pension and payroll administration, and strengthen human resource management system to enhance efficiency, accountability, and service delivery across the public sector. Further, the government will optimize the management of public assets and liabilities, accelerate state corporation reforms and targeted privatization, and scale up the use of public-private partnerships to provide private sector or private capital, improve efficiency, and support delivery of commercially viable projects. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to expound on some of the expenditure reforms that we are implementing. 1, migration to accrual accounting. Mr. Speaker, effective public finance management begins with what we own, what we owe, and how public resources are being utilized. To improve cash management, the government is implementing one of the most significant financial management reforms in Kenya's history. The transition from cash basis to accrual basis of accounting under the International Public Sector Accounting Standards. Following Cabinet approval of the transition roadmap in March 2024, implementation commenced in financial year 2024-25 through a structured 3-year phased approach led by the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, this reform fundamentally changes how government accounts for public resources. For the first time, Kenya's financial statements will present a complete and accurate picture of the country's financial position, capturing not just cash flows, but all public sector assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures. Public debt obligations, infrastructure assets, inventories, receivables, and payables will all be recognized and reported transparently, giving Parliament, citizens, and investors a true account of the nation's financial health. Mr. Speaker, implementation is progressing as scheduled across 3 phases. The first phase addressed financial assets and liabilities. The current phase incorporates inventories and prepayments. The final phase will bring in all remaining assets and liabilities, culminating in full consolidation of public sector entities. That is, consolidation of financial statements. To support this transition, the government is upgrading IFMIS and related systems, strengthening public sector asset management framework, undertaking asset identification and evaluation exercises across ministries, departments and agencies, counties and other public entities, and building capacity among public officers to sustain the reform beyond its implementation period. Mr. Speaker, this reform is not just about accounting standards. It is about accountability. It's about ensuring that those entrusted with public resources can be held to a higher standard of transparency and reinforcing public confidence in the stewardship of national resources. Number 2 is the Treasury single account. Mr. Speaker, as I had informed this House in last year's budget statement, the government has been implementing the Treasury single account framework to strengthen cash management and improve efficiency of public financial operations. Following the successful rollout of the Treasury single account to all ministries, the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating into substantial savings. I want again to pause there. I saw some people talking about reforming this so that there can be savings. I want to repeat that the government has reduced the cost of overdraft financing from Central Bank of Kenya by 61% in this financial year, translating already into substantial savings. So the work that you intend to do is actually already done. Mr. Speaker, the implemented Treasury single account model directly links invoices to specific batches submitted by ministries, departments, among other enhanced features. These Treasury single account reforms have substantially improved the efficiency of government exchequer operations, delivered transparency in exchequer and cash management, and ensured that public funds are released only against verified and approved obligations, thus laying the foundation for managing pending bills, and there is going to be no more cherry-picking of invoices for payments. So, Mr. Speaker, building on this momentum in the financial year 26-27, the government will expand or extend the Treasury single account framework to county governments by completing the automation of county exchequer requisition processes, after which counties will progressively migrate to a Treasury single account architecture mirroring that of the national government. And 2, operationalize in collaboration with the CBK a granular data integration system to deliver real-time visibility of the cash and liquidity positions of state corporations and semi-autonomous government agencies. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these reforms represent significant modernization of our public cash management architecture. They are already delivering measurable savings, deepening fiscal transparency, and strengthening our capacity to deliver value for every shilling of public money. Let me now talk about strengthening the internal audit oversight and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, every shilling entrusted to government must be accounted for and deliver value to the people of Kenya. The recurrence of audit queries and delays in implementing audit recommendations across public institutions continue to expose public resources to fiscal risk and weaken service delivery. And Mr. Speaker, to strengthen accountability, fiscal discipline, and support the government's zero-fault audit initiative, the government will introduce amendments to the Public Finance Management Act and related regulations to strengthen the mandate of the Office of the Internal Auditor General, and enhance oversight across the public sector. I am strengthening the Office of the Internal Audit. The reforms will establish a framework for tracking the implementation of audit recommendations and resolutions issued by Parliament, the Office of the Auditor General, audit committees, and other oversight institutions, with clear accountability mechanisms for non-compliance. The government will also strengthen internal audit functions across public entities, roll out integrated internal audit management system, and enhance the adoption of enterprise risk management to improve the identification and mitigation of fiscal and operational risk. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will strengthen transparency, internal controls, and prudent management of public resources while improving accountability and service delivery across government. Now let me turn to revenue projections for 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal projections reflect a careful balance between ambition and realism, ensuring that we live within our means while investing in our future. Based on the outlined policy measures, total revenue collection, including appropriation in aid, for the financial year 2026-27 is projected to be 3,630.5 billion, which is equivalent to 17.4% of our GDP. Of this, ordinary revenue is projected at 2,985.7 billion, equivalent to 14.3% of the gross domestic product. And ministerial appropriation in aid is projected at 644.8 billion, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. Grants are projected at 43.6 billion, or 0.2% of GDP. Expenditure projections. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in the financial year 2026-27 budget is projected at 4,820.4 billion, equivalent to 23.2% of GDP. And of this, recurrent expenditure will amount to 3,568.4 billion, which is equivalent to 17.1% of GDP, and development expenditure, including allocations to domestic and foreign finance projects, contingency fund, and equalization fund, will amount to 750 billion shillings, which is equivalent to 3.6% of GDP. Total allocation to county governments is projected at 502 billion shillings, of which 428 billion is equitable share, and 74 billion is additional allocations from the national government's share of revenue, and loans and grants from development partners. So 16.6 billion national government, and loans and grants 57.4 billion. Financing deficit, fiscal deficit and financing. Mr. Speaker, the resultant fiscal deficit, including grants, is projected at 1,146.2 billion, equivalent to 5.5% of GDP. The fiscal deficit will be financed by net external borrowing of 116.2 billion, equivalent to 0.6% of GDP, and net domestic borrowing of 1,030 billion, which is equivalent to 4.9% of GDP. Public debt management. That leads us to discussion on public debt management. Mr. Speaker, debt is a tool for development, but only when managed prudently and sustainably. To preserve debt sustainability and strengthen economic resilience, the government will continue implementing fiscal consolidation measures anchored on enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, strict expenditure controls, and improved efficiency in public spending. Given these reforms, the present value of public debt to GDP is projected to decline steadily towards the approved debt anchor over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the strategic objective of strengthening debt portfolio diversification, the National Treasury is actively advancing a range of innovative financing instruments. These initiatives are designed to broaden the investor base, optimize the cost risk profile of public debt, and enhance overall resilience in debt management. In this regard, the government is considering thematic and liability management instruments such as debt for food swaps and debt for development swaps. These instruments provide an opportunity to convert external debt obligations into targeted investments that directly support national priorities, including food security, sustainable development, and social infrastructure, while simultaneously easing debt service pressures and reinforcing fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, further to this, the government is also evaluating opportunities to access new and diversified international capital markets. This includes the potential issuance of samurai bonds in the Japanese market, and a lot of progress has been made in this area, and panda bonds in the Chinese domestic market. By tapping into these markets, the government stands to benefit from deep and diversified pools of capital, secure potentially competitive financing terms, and promote currency diversification within the debt portfolio, thereby reducing reliance on traditional funding sources. Mr. Speaker, complementing these efforts and in recognition of the growing global demand for ethical and faith-based financing, the government is considering the introduction of sukuk instruments. These Sharia-compliant securities, which are structured on asset-backed or asset-based principles, will enable the government to access liquidity from Islamic finance markets. This will not only expand the investor base to include investors with Sharia compliance mandate, but also promote financial inclusion and contribute to the deepening of domestic and international capital markets. Collectively, these initiatives underscore a forward-looking and proactive approach to public debt management, one that emphasizes innovation, prudent risk management, and alignment with both domestic development priorities and evolving global financing trends. Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen transparency, coordination, and efficiency in the implementation of externally funded projects, the National Treasury has spearheaded the development of the Development Project Management Information System. This innovative digital platform will serve as a centralized repository for real-time tracking of project implementation, monitoring of disbursement, and alignment of outcomes with national development priorities. By enhancing project oversight and accountability, this system represents a significant step towards ensuring that externally mobilized resources are utilized effectively and that every shilling delivers value for money and tangible impact for our citizens. Let me now talk about public-private partnership framework. Mr. Speaker, the scale of Kenya's development ambitions demands that we leverage not only public resources but also the capital, innovation, and expertise of the private sector. Public-private partnerships have therefore become a central pillar of our development financing strategy. Beyond mobilizing additional resources, public-private partnerships enable the government to harness private sector innovation, technical expertise, operational efficiency, and risk-sharing arrangements that enhance project delivery while preserving fiscal sustainability. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to strengthen the public-private partnerships program as a key instrument for delivering strategic investments under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. In this financial year, we have so far mobilized approximately 96 billion private capital investment in PPPs. This being the CRBC/NSSF investment for the Rironi Gilgil, which is A8, and Nairobi Maimahiu Naivasha A8 South, sections of the Nairobi Nakuru Mau Summit Highway. Building on this momentum, the government targets to mobilize at least 70 billion through PPP investments in the financial year 26-27 across the energy, transport, water, housing, health, and digital infrastructure sectors. Mr. Speaker, other priority projects besides the Nairobi Nakuru Mau Summit project include the Nairobi Mombasa Expressway, and the Mau Summit Eldoret Malaba Highway, which will strengthen regional connectivity and facilitate trade along the northern corridor. Mr. Speaker, in ports and logistics, the government is leveraging private sector capital and expertise for the development of container terminals, cargo berths, inland container depots, and special economic zones in Mombasa, Lamu, Nairobi, and Naivasha, strengthening Kenya's position as the region's leading trade and logistics hub. Mr. Speaker, in the energy sector, priority investment include the High Grand Falls hydropower project, expected to generate 700 megawatts, and the Karura hydropower project, expected to generate an additional 90 megawatts. Together, these projects will add approximately 790 megawatts of clean and reliable power to support industrialization, digital transformation, and emerging technologies. These investments will be complemented by strategic transmission infrastructure projects to strengthen and expand the national grid. Mr. Speaker, in the water sector, the government is advancing key dam projects, including Radat Dam, Barsalinga Dam, Lowat Dam, and Soin Koru Dam, which will enhance water security, irrigation, food production, and climate resilience in some of the country's most water-stressed regions. Mr. Speaker, in the ICT sector, the Kenya National Data Center, PPP, and the Konza Data Center project will strengthen Kenya's digital infrastructure, support data sovereignty, and position the country as a leading digital and innovation hub in the East African region. Mr. Speaker, together these projects represent investment valued at over $10 billion and will support economic growth, improve service delivery, create jobs, and strengthen Kenya's productive capacity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate project origination and preparation, the National Treasury has established a framework for rapid results initiative, bringing together ministries, departments, and agencies to identify, develop, and fast-track investment opportunities in priority beta sectors. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury is also at the tail end of finalizing all the required PPP regulations and guidelines to fully operationalize the PPP Act. This is in addition to the recently issued circular on mandatory disclosure requirements for all privately initiated proposals. These circulars aim to enhance uniformity, transparency, accountability, and build public trust by enabling timely disclosures, integrity, and standard reporting. Mr. Speaker, as we expand the PPP program, we remain committed to increasing the participation of Kenyan enterprises, investors, and financial institutions to promote local ownership, domestic value creation, and reduce foreign exchange risk. In this regard, the National Infrastructure Fund will play a key role in mobilizing long-term domestic capital and supporting local participation in infrastructure financing. Mr. Speaker, our pension funds, insurance companies, SACCOs, and retail investors will increasingly have opportunity to participate in strategic national investments, ensuring that the benefits and returns generated by these projects accrue to Kenyan citizens while supporting long-term economic transformation. And Mr. Speaker, by mobilizing domestic savings and channeling them into productive investment, we are creating a model of growth that is owned, financed, and sustained by Kenyans. Kenya is not just open for business. Kenya is investing in itself. Now let me turn to resource allocations. Mr. Speaker, over the past 3 years, we have laid a firm foundation for inclusive growth. For financial year 2026-2027, the financial year 2026-2027 builds on those gains and advances the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The administration's core economic strategy aligned with the fourth medium-term plan of Vision 2030. Better focuses public resources on unlocking productivity and increasing incomes at the base of the economy through deliberate, value chain-driven allocations. And with limited fiscal space, this budget prioritizes interventions that deliver the greatest impact in job creation, higher household incomes, and broader economic participation. Agricultural transformation and inclusive growth as the first pillar. Mr. Speaker, agriculture remains central to better and Kenya's long-term prosperity. It supports more than 2/3 of Kenyan households and generates significant employment multiplier effects, especially among groups historically excluded from modern economic opportunities. Strengthening agriculture is therefore essential food and nutrition security, enhancing resilience, and promoting a shared prosperity. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate agriculture transformation, I propose, and bearing in mind that agriculture is largely devolved, but I propose a targeted allocation of 64 billion across priority programs that boost productivity, value addition, and resilience. Key investments include 18 billion for fertilizer subsidy program, 2 billion for seed subsidy program, 1 billion for coffee seedlings program to lower input costs for smallholders, 4.7 billion for the National Agricultural Value Chain Development Project to advance processing and market linkages. Further, I propose 5.4 billion for the Food System Resilience Project and 1.6 billion for the Resilience for Food and Nutrition Security Program to enhance adaptive livelihoods, diversify income sources, and reduce vulnerability to climate shocks. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the economic potential of pastoral and livestock systems, I propose 3.3 billion for de-risking, inclusion, and value enhancement of pastoral economies program, 1.3 billion for Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program, and 400 million for the Livestock Value Chain Support Project. These allocations will foster greater market access, commercialization, animal health services, and resilience among pastoral communities. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy offers meaningful opportunity for coastal and lakeside communities. To support the growth of the blue economy, I propose 8.2 billion for the blue economy and fisheries subsector, which includes 2.1 billion for aquaculture business development project, 1.8 billion for the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development Project, and 578 million for Kabonyo Fisheries and Aquaculture Training Center. These investments will expand sustainable aquaculture, uplift fisher folks' incomes, and create jobs in value addition and logistics. Mr. Speaker, addressing historical land inequalities remains a priority for this government. To promote equitable access and ensure sustainable land management, I am proposing 9.4 billion for settlement of the landless. Of this amount, 5 billion is for the landless in the coast region. 892 million for the processing and registration of title deeds, and 388 million will go towards digitization of land registries to secure tenure, reduce disputes, and unlock productive land use. Now let me turn to the second pillar, that is transforming the micro, small, and medium enterprises economy. Mr. Speaker, MSMEs are the backbone of our economy. They account for 98% of businesses, provide approximately 14.9 million jobs, and contribute about 40% to our GDP. They span informal home-based enterprises, artisans, mechanics, tailors, carpenters, fabricators, and medium-sized firms. Nurturing this sector is essential for broad-based job creation and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, lack of affordable credit remains a major constraint for MSMEs and households at the bottom of the pyramid. To address this, I propose 550 million for the Center for Entrepreneurship Project to strengthen incubation, skills, and business development services, and 1.1 billion for Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility to expand credit access and financial services to underserved communities. Housing and settlement as the third pillar. Mr. Speaker, decent housing underpins social stability and economic productivity. Our affordable housing program not only provides safe and affordable homes to Kenyans, but also generates jobs directly in construction and indirectly across building materials and services sector. To sustain this momentum, I propose 143.7 billion for the housing sector, urban development, and public works subsectors. This package will include 18.6 billion under the Kenya Urban Program, 50.6 billion for construction of affordable housing units, 20.9 billion for social housing units, and 20.2 billion for the institutional housing, and 18.2 billion for critical social and physical infrastructure. Further, support will include 2.7 billion for the Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project Phase 2, and 535 million targeted to support construction of county headquarters. These investments will improve living conditions, provision of services, and local governance capacity. Mr. Speaker, to protect livelihoods or lives and property through compliance with building codes and standards, I propose 2.4 billion for the regulation and development of the construction industry, thus reinforcing safety, quality, and accountability across the sector. Allow me now to turn to the other pillar, that is universal health coverage. Mr. Speaker, universal health coverage, UHC, is central to Better's social contract. Equitable access to quality health services is essential for human capital, productivity, and poverty reduction. Towards this end, I have proposed 177.2 billion to the health sector to advance UHC and strengthen essential services. Key allocations include 8.6 billion salaries for UHC staff, 19.1 billion for primary healthcare fund to finance frontline services. Mr. Speaker, to reduce the burden of communicable diseases and advance immunization, I am proposing 18.5 billion for the Global Fund and 6.4 billion for vaccines and immunization program. This investment will protect children and communities and reduce health-related economic shocks. Mr. Speaker, tackling cancer and other chronic illnesses requires focused investment. I propose 3 billion to the Emergencies, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, 1 billion for construction of a cancer center at Kisii Level 5 Hospital, 300 million to strengthen cancer management in Kenyatta National Hospital, and 150 million for the expansion of Comprehensive Cancer Center at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. These measures will expand diagnostic and treatment capacity across the region, given that we are leading as a leading hub in terms of health in this region. Mr. Speaker, to improve tertiary healthcare, I propose 45.3 billion for our referral hospitals. Additional targeted investments will include the following: 470 million for the construction of Kenyatta National Hospital Burns and Pediatric Center, 300 million for renovations and replacement of obsolete equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, and 2 billion for construction of a new 2,000-bed multi-speciality at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital to expand capacity and improve health outcomes. Mr. Speaker, to ensure reliable supply chains and strengthen human resources, I am proposing 20.9 billion for Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, 3.1 billion for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, 1.3 billion for the Integrated Reproductive Health Program, 500 million for family planning and reproductive health commodities, and 600 million for equipment at the National Blood Transfusion Services. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we value the services offered by our health workers. To build workforce capacity, I propose 9.3 billion for medical interns, 10.9 billion for the Kenya Medical Training College, and 3.2 billion and 396 million for stipend and medical insurance for community health promoters, respectively. Under digital superhighway and creative economy, Mr. Speaker, digital transformation is a strategic enabler for competitiveness in the fourth industrial revolution. Digital connectivity and literacy are essential for education, healthcare, finance, markets, public services, and emerging digital opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's creative economy, encompassing film, music, fashion, arts, media, digital content, and design, has become a powerful engine for growth and youth empowerment. Investing in creative industries expands cultural exports and drives innovation. Mr. Speaker, to accelerate digital adoption and inclusion, I propose 8.6 billion Kenya shillings to this sector. And this will include 4.3 billion for Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project, 1.3 billion for maintenance and rehabilitation of national optic fiber backbone infrastructure, 528 million for maintenance and rehabilitation of last mile county connectivity, 309 million for government shared services, 382 million for the digital superhighway cybersecurity, 400 million for establishment of digital hubs, and 455 million for ICT infrastructure maintenance. Now let me move to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is the backbone of economic transformation. It provides connectivity, energy, and water resources needed to power productive activities and sustain human settlement. By reducing transaction costs and opening markets, infrastructure investments deliver long-term value. Towards this end, I propose 220.4 billion for development of roads, including 44.3 billion to support construction of roads and bridges, 58 billion for rehabilitation of roads, and 118.1 billion for roads maintenance. This balance mix supports connectivity, freight, efficiency, and long-term road preservation. Mr. Speaker, to expand railway transport, I propose 38.4 billion for railway projects. Additionally, Kenya shillings 400 million is proposed for the Kenya ferry ramp in Likoni, Mombasa. Additional 1 billion for development of public ferry landing ramps in Lake Victoria, including Mbita and Sena Islands in Suba North and West sub-counties of Homa Bay County, respectively. 150 million for acquisition of public ferry in Lake Victoria, completing the purchase of public ferry for use in Lake Victoria. And 582 million for Nairobi Bus Rapid Transport Project, which is a critical public transport investment that will reduce congestion and enhance mobility. Mr. Speaker, reliable, affordable energy is vital for industry and households. I propose 30.9 billion to the energy subsector, including 7.5 billion for the national grid system, 20.2 billion for rural electrification, and 3.2 billion for alternative energy technologies. These allocations expand access, lower costs, and promote sustainable growth. But I wish to add that a lot of energy projects will be financed through National Infrastructure Fund because they are commercially viable. And I want to turn to education. Education. Yes, I'm turning now to education. Improving education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's future depends on developing strong human capital. And to this end, we will continue to strengthen quality learning, training and research, promote equity and inclusivity, scale up investment in education, fortify the system against emerging technological and labor market shifts, as well as fortify education to industry linkages, thus ensuring skills match demand. Mr. Speaker, I propose 784.5 billion for the education sector. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about defunding education. But in 2026-27, we are proposing 784.5 billion shillings, which is 26.4% of the ministerial budget. Compare that to 2021-2022 budget, before this administration came into office. The budget for education was 526 billion shillings. That has increased now by 49%. And it was 24.5% of the ministerial budget. Now it is 26.5% of the ministerial budget. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not correct that this government, this administration is defunding education. In fact, we are funding it more. So this 784.5 billion includes Kenya shillings 424 billion to Teacher Service Commission for payment of our teachers. And that has moved from 290 billion in 2022 to now 421 billion shillings. Basic education is now 136. I'm proposing 136.6 billion. Compare that to 107 billion in 2022. 163.9 billion for higher education, which was 105 billion in 2022. 1.3 billion for science, innovation and research, and 58.5 billion for technical, vocational education and training. This comprehensive allocation safeguards service delivery and expands opportunities across the learning continent. Mr. Speaker, within this funding to the education sector, I propose 7 billion for free primary education, 54.6 billion for free day secondary education, and 30.7 billion for junior secondary school capitation. Those two lines, the free day secondary education 54.6 plus junior secondary education of 30.7 adds to a total of 85.3 billion. What was it in 2022? In 2022, it was 62.4 billion shillings. I also propose 9.9 billion for administering national exams, and that is in addition to what we have just provided before the end of this year to pay the arrears of 1.5 billion to teachers. So teachers who marked exams, they will be paid before the end of this financial year, 1.5 billion. 3 billion for school feeding program. Again, this school feeding program in 2022 had 2.2 billion. Now it is 3 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am proposing 4.9 billion to be provided for conversion of 20,000 intern teachers into permanent and pensionable from January 2027. Further, the newly recruited 24,000 intern teachers will be converted into permanent and pensionable terms in July 2027. In this respect, I am proposing an allocation of 8.2 billion for intern teachers to address staffing gaps and improving learning outcomes. Mr. Speaker, this government, by the time we reach next year, we will have employed 116,000. If you put it in terms of averages, over 20,000 teachers per year. There is no any other government that has ever employed more than 10,000 teachers per year. This government is employing on average 20,000 teachers per year. Mr. Speaker, to improve learning environment and skills training, I am proposing 4.1 billion for primary and secondary school infrastructure and 2.1 billion for construction and equipping of TVET centers, 7.1 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity and Learning Program, and 4.7 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. Mr. Speaker, further investments in this sector include the following: 56.3 billion for Higher Education Loans Board for provisional loans to university and TVET students. And how much was it in 2022? 15.39. It has moved from 15.39 to 56.3 billion in this financial year. There is additional 30.9 billion for university scholarships. There is also 9.2 billion dedicated specifically for TVET scholarships, and 6.7 billion for CBA arrears for universities and 2021-2022 CBA, and another 5.9 billion for ongoing projects in universities across the country, measures that expand access and strengthen human capital for a competitive economy. Mr. Speaker, let me talk now or speak to supporting manufacturing for job creation. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing is a linchpin for structural transformation. We will therefore continue to strengthen local value chains, deepen backward and forward linkages, and enhance competitiveness in domestic and export markets. Mr. Speaker, to continue promoting local industries, I propose 16.7 billion to support manufacturing initiatives across implementing agencies. This includes 2.6 billion for equipping county integrated agro-industrial parks, the ones that have been completed. 5.4 billion for supporting access to finance and enterprise recovery projects. 602 million for development of a three-river textile hub. 300 million for establishment of flagship export processing zone SAP, and 604 million for the development of special economic zone textile park in Naivasha, and 2.4 billion for Kenya jobs and economic transformation. These measures will deepen industrial clustering and create high-quality jobs. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 500 million for coffee cherry revolving fund, 2 billion for coffee debt waivers, and 2.7 billion for sugar sector reforms in order to stabilize key agricultural industrial value chains and protect livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to prepare our youth for industry needs, I propose Kenya shillings 500 million for construction of industrial research laboratories that will foster innovation, internship, and industry academia collaboration. Now, improving security, which is of concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, a safe and stable environment is indispensable for investment, trade, and economic growth. I therefore propose 252.1 billion for defense, 144.7 billion for the National Police Service, 64 billion for the National Intelligence Service, 63.9 billion for internal security and the national administration, and 42.6 billion for prison services. And these allocations strengthen national security and uphold the rule of law. Specific security interventions or investments include 13 billion to cater for leasing of police motor vehicles, 7 billion for police modernization program, 1 billion for construction and modernization of national forensic facilities. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders for the first time, something that has been talked about for years, to enhance local administrative capacities, to appreciate. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. I have also proposed 3.9 billion for stipend to village elders to enhance local administrative capacities and to appreciate and recognize the role played by village elders in helping address security and other societal challenges. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to turn to protecting the vulnerable groups in our society. Mr. Speaker, social safety nets remain central to BETA's objective of poverty reduction and inclusive growth. Strengthened safety nets protect livelihoods, create pathways out of poverty, and enable economically excluded households to participate in productive activities. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this regard, I propose 41.8 billion to protect the vulnerable Kenyans, including 24.6 billion for cash transfers to the elderly persons, 8.9 billion for cash transfers to orphans and vulnerable children, and 1.5 billion for cash transfers to persons living with severe disabilities. These measures provide immediate relief and sustain basic consumption. And Mr. Speaker, the allocation also includes 4.3 billion for the Kenya Hunger Safety Net Program, 550 million for the National Fund for the Disabled of Kenya, 1.1 billion for the Child Welfare Society of Kenya, and 200 million to support autism and albinism programs in order to strengthen social protection and community support systems. Under equity, poverty reduction, women and youth empowerment. Mr. Speaker, anchored on the Kenya Young People's Agenda, we are funding key government interventions that will equip young youth with entrepreneurial and life skills, promote local and international employment, and unlock opportunities for youth-owned MSMEs. Mr. Speaker, the government will also fund initiatives that advance gender equality by promoting meaningful inclusion of women in decision-making, enhancing their economic empowerment, and intensifying efforts to eliminate gender-based violence and harmful practices such as female genital mutilation. Mr. Speaker, to empower youth, women, and constituencies across the country, I propose 110.2 billion for targeted initiatives. This includes 12.5 billion for the National Youth Service, 4.9 billion to National Youth Opportunity Towards Advancement, that is NYOTA project, 1.6 billion for youth employment support program, and 1 billion for film development services. These investments will spur skills development, civic engagement, and growth in creative industry. Mr. Speaker, to support women and girls, I propose 402 million for the Women Enterprise Fund and 4.9 billion for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund to enhance their inclusion, dignity, and economic participation. Mr. Speaker, to promote regional equity and strengthen local development, I propose 61.8 billion for the National Government Constituency Development Fund, 10.3 billion for the Equalization Fund to finance programs in marginalized areas, and 10.5 billion for the Kenya Devolution Support Program number 2. In stimulating tourism growth, sports, culture, recreation, and arts. Mr. Speaker, sports and arts are vital for national identity, youth empowerment, and economic diversification. We will therefore promote sports at all levels, enforce international anti-doping standards, and commercial and indigenous knowledge to create livelihood opportunities. To harness national talent and promote Kenya as a regional cultural hub, I propose 45.6 billion for sports, culture, recreation, and tourism, including 25.2 billion for sports, arts and social development fund, 14.3 billion for the tourism fund, and these allocations will stimulate jobs, community development, and foreign exchange earnings. Under environment protection or environmental protection, water and natural resources, Mr. Speaker, environmental conservation, climate resilience, forest reforestation, biodiversity protection, and land restoration are central to sustainable development. Access to clean water, improved sanitation, and expanded irrigation are equally crucial for health, productivity, and agricultural growth. Towards this end, I propose an allocation of 124.8 billion for the cluster. And Mr. Speaker, to safeguard ecosystem and tackle climate risk, I propose 13.4 billion for forest resources conservation and management, 1.7 billion for forest research and development. I also propose 3.2 billion for tree growing campaign. Mr. Speaker, I further propose 4.7 billion for environment management and protection, 8.9 billion for the Kenya financing locally led climate action project, FLOCA, and 1.8 billion for meteorological service. Mr. Speaker, in order to support solid waste management in Nairobi, I propose 2.5 billion and 1 billion for the removal of asbestos as well. Additional targeted allocations in this sector include 13 billion for wildlife security, conservation and management, 1.2 for wildlife research and development, 1.1 billion for human-wildlife conflict compensation, 800 million for wildlife insurance. And these investments protect natural capital that underpins tourism and rural livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, to expand water infrastructure and ensure water security, I propose 51.5 billion for water and sewerage infrastructure development, 6.3 billion for water resource management, 2.5 billion for water storage and flood control. Mr. Speaker, to promote irrigation development in the country and reduce reliance on rain-fed agriculture, I propose 1.1 billion for irrigation and drainage development, 1.8 billion for large-scale commercial irrigation development, 3.3 billion for community-managed irrigation development, 3 billion for public irrigation schemes, 1.6 billion for revitalization of irrigation in nasal areas, and these allocations will improve access, productivity, and resilience in agriculture and settlement. Now, improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption. Mr. Speaker, strong institutions and adherence to the rule of law are prerequisites for sustainable development. Effective governance strengthens investor confidence and ensures efficient delivery of public services. To strengthen accountability and the rule of law, I propose 5.1 billion for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 7 billion for the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 6 billion to the State Law Office, 9.8 billion for the Office of the Auditor General, and these allocations will intensify anti-corruption efforts and reinforce public sector integrity. Mr. Speaker, to enhance parliamentary oversight and legislative functions, I propose 50.9 billion for Parliament. Further, to support administration of justice, and I propose 30.4 billion for the judiciary. These allocations are essential to uphold democracy, transparency, and citizen trust in public institutions. Now, allocations to county governments. Mr. Speaker, the government remains committed in supporting devolution through intergovernmental fiscal transfers in line with Article 202 of the Constitution. I therefore propose to allocate 428 billion in equitable share, which shall be transferred to the respective county governments as per the first basis formula during the financial year 26-27. The 428 billion represents 21% of the most recently audited revenues for the financial year 22-23, way higher than the minimum of 15% prescribed in Article 203 2 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, including the additional allocation from the national government share of revenue of 16.6 billion to the proposed shareable of 428 billion, implies that the county governments will receive a total of Kenya shillings 444.6 billion, just a few billions, less than about 5 billion less than what is in the 10-point agenda. Further to this allocation, I have proposed an additional allocation of 57.4 billion from loans and grants from development partners. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury has developed the draft Public Finance Management Bill 2025, which proposes to amend Sections 42 and 191 of the Public Finance Management Act, CAP 412. These amendments aim to provide for submission of two separate bills, one on the county government's additional allocations, national government share of revenue bill, and the other on proceeds from loans and grants from development partners bill. This will mitigate delays in the approval and disbursement of county government's additional allocations. Now let me speak or talk about equalization fund. Mr. Speaker, to support implementation of projects in the marginalized areas, 10.3 billion has been proposed as an allocation to the equalization fund in the financial year 26-27. Mr. Speaker, now I turn to county government pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the growing stock of pending bills in county government poses a fiscal risk. As of 30th June 2025, county governments reported outstanding pending bills of 183 billion. And Mr. Speaker, during its 27th ordinary session, the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, approved and adopted the county government's pending bills action plan submitted by the Controller Budget. The Council directed all county governments to customize and implement their respective pending bills action plans to progressively reduce the stock of pending bills. I urge county governments to ensure full implementation of the agreed action plans. Now let me turn to taxation measures. Having talked about expenditure, the money being allocated here and there, now it is the time to see where money is coming from. Taxation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the tragic events of 25th June of 2024, which I hope will never be repeated again in this country, a day that remains etched in our hearts, government was reminded of the need to always listen to the voices of our citizens. As I mentioned at the beginning of this statement, I championed public engagements with Kenyans of all walks of life while putting together this budget and the supporting policy measures. Mr. Speaker, over the last 1 month, focus has been more on the Finance Bill 2026. And like I mentioned, I engaged Kenyans widely in town hall meetings, various media stations, Bunge la Mwananchi at Jivanji Gardens here in Nairobi, Ongata Rongai in Kajiado, comrades at the University of Nairobi, Citizen Digital Express, just to mention but a few. I wish to thank all Kenyans who took time to attend these forums and engage with me. My assurance is that their voices have been reflected in the proposal that I'm presenting today. Mr. Speaker, in preparing these proposals, I have been guided by the overriding principle of placing the well-being of the common Mwananchi first. In this regard, I have deliberately chosen not to introduce new taxes or increase tax rates that would further overburden the hardworking Kenyans and their families. Instead, the measures are focused on reforms that improve efficiency in tax collection, create a fairness in the tax system, and broaden the revenue base without burdening the Mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a striking reality. Today, only 3.1 million working Kenyans contribute to pay as you earn. Yet, millions of other Kenyans that make money in our economy do not contribute to the taxes we collect. Many of these people have been filing nil returns year after year. The burden of developing this country has therefore been on a few of us. And Mr. Speaker, that this must change. We shall continue to broaden our tax base, a process that will help us lower tax rates to ease burden on the few that are tax compliant. Mr. Speaker, to support financing of the 2026-27 budget, I will today present highlights of two sets of proposals. The first set of proposals relates to custom measures agreed upon by the East African Community Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries responsible for finance and economic affairs during this year's pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May 2026, and which we will conclude this coming weekend. The measures agreed upon target to support local manufacturing, promote value addition, strengthen industrial competitiveness, enhance food security, protect jobs, and align the regional tariff structure with Kenya's economic development projects. The second set of proposals are contained in the Finance Bill of 2026. These measures are guided by three key principles. First, efficiency, to ensure tax collection is done with minimal leakages and ease compliance. Second, fairness, to ensure that the tax burden is shared equitably among all. And third, simplicity, to ensure that compliance with tax laws is straightforward, transparent, and predictable for all Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the measures I present today, majority of which are targeted to simplify tax compliance and strengthen tax administration, are expected to yield an additional Kenya shillings 98.9 billion in terms of revenues. So let me turn to custom measures. Mr. Speaker, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to this House for the approval granted to the custom measures on 8th of May 2026, which are subsequently presented during the pre-budget consultations held in Arusha, Tanzania on 15th May of 2026. I wish to inform this House that all those measures were subsequently adopted by the East African Community Ministers, Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance and economic affairs. These measures will take effect from 1st July 2026. I will now highlight some of them. Mr. Speaker, high production costs continue to constrain growth and competitiveness of local industries, particularly where manufacturers rely on imported inputs that are not available locally. To lower the cost of production for our local industries and make locally produced goods affordable, Kenya secured an approval at the region to continue applying a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in manufacture of pharmaceutical products, roofing materials, automotive parts for vehicles and motorcycles, and cold rooms for preservation, leather processing, and the assembly of smart mobile phones, laptops and tablets. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying a duty remission rate of only 10% on selected inputs used in furniture and door manufacturing, as well as completely knocked down kits for assembly of motorcycles. Through these measures, jobs created by the industries in these categories remain protected to support livelihood of our people. Mr. Speaker, food security is one of the pillars under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and therefore remains a national priority. To support affordability of food and animal feeds by Kenyans, Kenya was allowed to continue importing wheat at a duty remission rate of 10% instead of the common external tariff rate of 35%. Continue importing imports for manufacture of animal feeds. I want to repeat. Continue importing inputs for manufacture of animal feeds duty-free under the East African Community Duty Remission Scheme, and apply a 0% import duty on dates consumed by our Muslim brothers and sisters during the period of Ramadan in 2027. Kenya also secured approval to continue applying an import duty of 35% or $200 per metric ton, whichever is higher, on imported rice instead of the common external tariff rate of 75% or $345 per metric ton. Mr. Speaker, to promote value addition of products locally grown by our farmers, Kenya was allowed a stay of application of East African Community common external tariff rates and apply a duty rate of 35% or equivalent specific duty rates on selected processed food products, including preserved vegetables, peas, sweet corn, tomato products, sauces, jams, edible oils, malt extract, and other prepared food products. This will cushion the local industries from imported products and make Kenya Kenyan products more competitive in the domestic market. Protect these agro-based industries, thus safeguarding income of our farmers and the local jobs created in the agro-processing value chain. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers in the textile, apparel, leather, and footwear sectors, and the many jobs in these industries, Kenya was granted an extension of a stay of application of ESC common standard tariff and apply higher duty rates ranging between 25% and 35% on imported textiles, apparel, blankets, bed linen, carpets, tarpaulins, leather products, and worn clothing, while maintaining 0% duty remission on selected inputs for leather processing. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen digital connectivity and part of the digital superhighway pillar of BETTER, the local assembly of smart devices remains a key priority. Expanding access to affordable smart telecommunication devices will enable more Kenyans participate in the digital economy and benefit from emerging opportunities in business and innovation. With this in mind, Kenya requested and was granted a 0% duty remission on inputs used in the assembly of smartphones, laptops, and tablets. Additionally, optical fiber cables and recorded software products will be imported at a higher tariff rate of 10% instead of the ESC common external tariff rate of 0%. Mr. Speaker, to lower the cost of construction materials for the delivery of affordable housing as part of BETTER priorities, Kenya was allowed to continue applying 0% duty remission on selected inputs for the manufacture of roofing materials and related industrial products. Further, to protect local industries that manufacture steel products, aluminum products, pipes, electrical equipment, ceramic tiles, and other construction materials, Kenya was also allowed to continue applying stays of application at duty rates ranging from 25% to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable, to discourage under declaration of import values. Mr. Speaker, given the limited fiscal space, Kenya continues to explore alternative financing models, particularly the public-private partnership arrangements in developing infrastructure projects. With this in mind, Kenya was granted a stay of application of the common tariff and apply a 0% import duty on goods, materials, and equipment imported for use in the PPP projects. Mr. Speaker, local assembly of motor vehicles and the manufacturing of automotive parts continue to create jobs for Kenyans. In this respect, Kenya applied to protect these industries and the associated value chain. Kenya was granted a 0% duty remission on selected inputs used in the manufacture of automotive parts. Mr. Speaker, to support local manufacturing of paper and paper products, Kenya was allowed to continue applying stays of application at a rate of 35% on craft paper and paperboard, printed polybags, sacks and bags, and related packaging materials instead of the common tariff rates of 25%. Mr. Speaker, to protect local manufacturers of household and industrial products and the jobs therein, Kenya will continue to the stays of application under the common tariff rates and apply rates ranging from 25 to 35%, together with equivalent specific duty rates where applicable on products including LPG stoves, cookware, aluminum products, steel products, electrical equipment, and related manufactured goods. Now let me turn to the highlights of proposals in the Finance Bill. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the proposals in the Finance Bill 2026 that target to amend various domestic tax laws to improve revenue collection, ease tax compliance, and create fairness within the tax system. Under income tax, Mr. Speaker, currently certain corporate restructurings, such as mergers, amalgamations, or internal reorganizations are exempt from capital gains tax. To encourage the establishment and growth of real estate investment trusts, the bill is proposing to extend the exemption to qualifying property transfers into approved real estate investment trusts to avoid selective treatment or application. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness, improve consistency within the tax system, and support investment in the petroleum sector, the bill is proposing to reduce the corporate tax rate applicable to non-resident petroleum contractors to 30% from 37.5%. This will harmonize with the rate that is applicable to other non-resident companies. The bill further clarifies that repatriated income earned by non-resident petroleum contractors will be subject to tax at the rate of 15%, consistent with the treatment applicable to other non-resident persons operating in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the current framework for taxation of trusts is complex and may create uncertainty in the taxation of trust incomes and distribution. To improve clarity and align the framework with the international best practices, the bill is proposing to introduce a single point taxation system at the trustee level and removes the risk of double taxation for beneficiaries, thereby improving compliance and reducing opportunities for tax avoidance. Mr. Speaker, the bill does not propose to increase monthly income tax. I wish to state that. On the contrary, the bill is proposing a simplified tax framework for non-resident persons who earn monthly rental income in Kenya but do not pay tax on that income. In this case, therefore, non-resident landlords will be required to register and account for tax directly, especially where the property is not managed through a property agent, while preserving the existing withholding tax framework where non-residents are currently complying with their tax obligation. Mr. Speaker, this proposal will not result in higher rent or additional burden on existing tenants that reside in properties owned by non-residents. Mr. Speaker, currently any persons making payments to non-resident ship owners and charterers are required to withhold and remit tax on shipping income. This has affected compliance, particularly where persons producing shipping services are not aware of the withholding obligations. To simplify the administration of the tax and provide greater certainty in its collection, the bill is proposing to place the responsibility for payment of the tax on resident shipping agents and provide a clear timeline for remittance being within 5 days after receipt of payment or before the ship leaves the port of landing, whichever is earlier. Mr. Speaker, currently the deadline for filing tax returns is 30th June of every year for all categories of income, which leaves no room for verification and validation of filed returns before the commencement of another financial year. To provide sufficient time for verification and validation of returns, I propose revisions to the timelines for filing individual income tax returns. Under the proposal, taxpayers with nil returns will be required to file within 1 month after the end of the year of income, because they have nil returns anyway. While taxpayers whose income is fully taxed at source, including persons earning employment income only, will file within 4 months after the end of the year of income. All other taxpayers are required to file their return by 30th of June every year. All businesses will still continue to file their returns by 30th of June every year. So it is not true that we are reducing for everyone, making filing returns complicated. Mr. Speaker, currently gains arising from offshore transfers where the value of the transferred shares is derived from assets located in Kenya are not taxed. To ensure that gains derived from Kenya assets remain taxable in Kenya, irrespective of how the transaction is structured, the bill therefore proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to ensure that all gains from transfer of assets located in Kenya get same tax treatment irrespective of the location of the beneficial owners. Mr. Speaker, when companies make profits, those profits should find their way back to shareholders within a reasonable time. Currently, some companies have been holding back their profits indefinitely, simply to defer paying dividend tax. This is a loophole that needs to be addressed. In order to provide greater certainty in the application of the deemed dividend provision, which is already in law, and discourage indefinite retention of profits solely for purpose of deferring dividend taxation, the bill is proposing to introduce a minimum deemed dividend distribution threshold of 60% of undistributed income. Mr. Speaker, rapid advances in technology have transformed the way businesses make payments, distribute software, and provide services across borders. However, the current Income Tax Act provisions do not clearly address the tax treatment of certain payments arising from software distribution arrangement, payment card schemes, payment processing system, and related digital platform. This has created uncertainty and disputes regarding the taxation of interchange fees, merchant service fees, and other payments made for access to this system. The bill therefore proposes amendments to clarify the definition of management of professional fees and royalties in order to provide a clear legal framework for taxation of such payments and reduce opportunities for revenue leakage. Mr. Speaker, gambling activities have grown significantly in recent years, particularly through digital platforms. While these are legitimate activities, winnings from gambling are income, and like any other income, they should be taxed. The bill therefore proposes to introduce withholding tax on winnings, lotteries, and prize competitions. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal trade is a significant economic activity that supports the livelihood of many Kenyans. To improve traceability of transactions and strengthen compliance for scrap metal trade, the bill proposes to introduce a withholding tax on incomes earned from the sale of scrap metal at a low rate of 1.5% of the gross amount paid. Mr. Speaker, currently payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers are exempt from payment of withholding income tax, while similar payments when made to residents are taxed. To promote fairness and ensure consistent tax treatment between resident and non-resident service providers, the bill proposes to remove the exemption from withholding tax on payments made by the national carrier to non-resident service providers. Value-added tax, VAT. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn to the proposed amendments to the value-added tax. Mr. Speaker, dialysis remains a life-sustaining treatment for many Kenyans living with kidney disease. Yet the cost of essential renal treatment equipment continues to place pressure on households and healthcare providers. The bill therefore proposes to exempt dialyzers, which is a critical life-saving component for patients experiencing kidney failure, from VAT to reduce their cost and make renal treatment affordable. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the important role that trade is in used clothing and footwear, commonly known as mitumba, continues to play in supporting livelihood and affordable access to clothing across the country. To simplify compliance, the bill proposes to charge VAT at the point of importation, while subsequent domestic sales of worn clothing and worn footwear will be exempt from VAT. This means that mitumba traders selling to everyday Kenyans will not be burdened with VAT obligations. Contrary to what is being said out there, we are making mitumba more and more cheap because there will be no multiple VATs. You only pay once at the point of entry. Mr. Speaker, currently passengers arriving at the ports of entry in Kenya are allowed VAT exemption on value of goods not exceeding only US dollars 300. This threshold has remained unchanged and has not kept pace with the current realities. The bill therefore is proposing to increase the VAT exempt threshold on value goods for passengers arriving at the ports of entry from US dollars 300 to US dollars 2,000. Mr. Speaker, the scrap metal sector plays an important role in supporting local manufacturing and recycling activities, but presents significant challenges in administration of input VAT. To simplify VAT administration within the sector, while complementing the withholding income tax framework proposed under the Income Tax Act, the bill therefore proposes to exempt scrap metal from payment of VAT. Mr. Speaker, public-private partnership continues to play an important role in the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects across the country. To reduce the cost of implementation of the project, the bill proposes a VAT exemption for goods and services imported or procured locally for use solely in the approved public-private partnership infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, the rapid growth of digital payment platforms has created uncertainty regarding the VAT treatment of certain payment facilitation and processing services. While these services support financial transactions, they are distinct from the underlying financial services. The bill therefore seeks to clarify that core financial services, including money transfer services such as M-Pesa, will remain exempt from VAT, while platforms that facilitate services such as merchant acquiring, payment gateway, aggregation, and settlement services will not qualify for exemption. Mr. Speaker, to promote consistency in the treatment of input VAT and support proper administration of the VAT framework, the bill is proposing to require adjustment of input VAT previously claimed where goods that were intended for taxable supply subsequently become exempt while still in stock. Mr. Speaker, Kenya's tax expenditure was estimated at 286 billion or 1.8% of GDP in 2024, a decline from 368 billion or 2.4% of GDP in 2023. But Mr. Speaker, to further reduce tax expenditures, I propose to rationalize some of the existing incentives, such as to remove VAT exemption on certain goods and services currently exempt, including denatured ethanol, direction finding compass, affordable housing construction inputs, tourism facility construction inputs, and aircrafts of Chapter 88, excluding parts and large aircrafts of over 2,000 kilograms. These are what we call choppers, helicopters. We are removing them from VAT exempt. But aircraft parts will still enjoy VAT exemption. To exclude from VAT exemption spare parts applicable to official aid-funded projects to reduce opportunities for misuse of the exemption. So we exempted the vehicles, but not the parts. Transfer selected supplies from zero-rated status to VAT-exempt status in line with the national tax policy objective of limiting zero-rating primarily to export. To exempt mobile phones from VAT as part of the simplified taxation framework for mobile phones outlined under the proposal under Excise Duty Act. So when we talk of excise duty on phones, moving from 10% to 25%, they talk about that, but they fail to say that we are removing VAT on mobile phones from 16% to nothing. So the above measures are expected to further lower tax expenditures as a share of GDP, hence revenue collection. Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, we now turn to the proposed amendments to the Excise Duty Act. Mr. Speaker, currently, more Kenyans are drinking bottled water in both urban and rural areas. The bill is proposing to remove excise duty of 6 shillings and 41 cents per liter of bottled water. We are removing excise duty on bottled water. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the vendors of bottled water will pass this benefit to the ordinary citizen by lowering the price of bottled water because it has ceased to be a luxury. Mr. Speaker, mobile phones have become essential tools for enhancing communication, access to information, and delivery of services. They support among others, education, businesses, financial services, e-commerce, healthcare, and social interaction, while also promoting digital inclusion, productivity, and social economic development. Mr. Speaker, to further encourage use of mobile phones in the country, the bill is proposing to simplify taxation of mobile phones by replacing the existing multiple taxes and levies with a single excise duty charged at the rate of 25% at the point of activation on any telecommunications network. This measure will lower the prices of mobile phones in the country. I heard another leader saying 25%, but I'm asking, why is he complaining about 25%? Does he want us to remain at 55.5%? Because that is the rate as at today. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of health risks associated with excessive sugar consumption, the bill proposes to increase excise duty on sugar-sweetened beverages from 14 shillings per litre to 20 shillings per litre. Mr. Speaker, in support of public health, the bill also proposes to adjust excise duty rates on other manufactured tobacco and tobacco substitutes, tobacco extracts, and essences from 11,382 per kilogram, shillings per kilogram, to 12,550 per kilogram. While the excise duty rates applicable to cigars, churros, cigarillos, I don't consume this, so I have difficulty in reading, containing tobacco or tobacco substitutes, will be adjusted from 16,260 shillings per kilogram to 18,000 shillings per kilogram. I don't know whether Honorable Mboko knows about this more than I do. Mr. Speaker, betting on horse trading is currently exempt from excise duty. In order to create fairness in the taxation of betting and gaming activities, the bill is proposing to remove this exemption. Further, to expand the scope of taxation, the bill proposes to amend the definition of gaming wallets to include land-based betting and gaming activities. Mr. Speaker, to promote fairness and consistency in the taxation of similar products, the bill is proposing to harmonize excise duty treatment within the alcoholic beverages sector by removing the preferential excise duty rate of Kenya shillings 10 per centiliter of pure alcohol for alcoholic beverages manufactured by small independent brewers. Mr. Speaker, in the Finance Act of 2025, excise duty rate for undenatured extra neutral alcohol supplied to licensed manufacturers of spirituous beverages was set at 500 shillings per litre. To support manufacturers in this sector, the bill proposes to reduce the applicable excise duty rate to 80 shillings per litre. And in addition, the bill proposes amendment to clarify that this rate is applicable to both locally purchased and imported undenatured extra neutral alcohol supplied to licensed manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, to address environmental externalities, the bill proposes to introduce excise duty on coal at the rate of 5% of the excisable value. The bill also proposes to extend excise duty on plastic articles for locally manufactured products in order to promote consistency in tax treatment. And Mr. Speaker, the bill further proposes to establish a clear excise duty taxation framework for vintage and collector vehicles. This proposal relates to vehicles whose year of first registration is at least 30 years before the date of purchase and whose value is at least 10 million shillings. Tax procedures. Mr. Speaker, I have about 30 more pages.
Nobody's complaining.
Looking at the time. Now, on Tax Procedures Act, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Tax Procedures Act seek to strengthen tax administration, improve compliance, support digitization, and make it easier for taxpayers to meet their obligations. Mr. Speaker, currently, foreign investors are required to obtain KRA PIN before opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation, that is CDSC, accounts to participate in trading in the Nairobi Securities Exchange. In order to improve the attractiveness of Kenya's capital markets to foreign portfolio investors, the bill proposes to exempt foreign investors from the requirement to obtain KRA PIN solely for purposes of opening Central Depository and Settlement Corporation accounts. Mr. Speaker, income earned by non-resident investors from investment in the Nairobi Securities Exchange is subject to withholding tax as a final tax, and they are not required to file annual income tax returns. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that this House approved the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill of 2025 that was subsequently enacted in 2025. Mr. Speaker, currently there is no reporting framework for virtual asset transactions. In order to address this gap, the bill proposes to introduce a virtual asset reporting framework for virtual asset service providers so as to improve visibility of virtual asset transactions and align Kenya's reporting framework with the international best practices. Mr. Speaker, to simplify compliance, reduce filing errors, and improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill proposes to amend the Tax Procedures Act to provide for pre-populated tax returns using information already available to the Kenya Revenue Authority. And under this amendment, taxpayers still retain the right to review, confirm, or amend the information before submitting their returns. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the integrity of the tax system and prevent tax arrangements designed primarily to obtain a tax benefit while preserving fairness for compliant taxpayers, the bill is proposing introduction of a general anti-avoidance rule applicable across tax laws. Mr. Speaker, the Tax Procedures Amendments Act of 2024 provided for a tax amnesty on penalties, interest, and fines for taxpayers on tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2023. This facilitated taxpayers to clear principal tax liabilities to government. In order to encourage settlement of existing tax liabilities by more taxpayers, this bill is proposing a 6-month amnesty beginning 1st July 2026 for tax liabilities accrued up to 31st December 2025. Under this amnesty, taxpayers who settle the principal tax due within the amnesty period will qualify for waiver of the related penalties, interest, and fines. Mr. Speaker, to support faster resolution of system-related issues and improve taxpayer confidence in digital tax administration, the bill proposes to allow for waiver of penalties and interest by the Commissioner up to a specified threshold of 2 million arising from electronic tax system errors. Mr. Speaker, to improve continuity of tax records and simplify compliance for reinstated entities, the bill proposes to provide for automatic reinstatement of a personal identification number where the registered company or other entity is restored to the official register. Mr. Speaker, to improve efficiency in tax administration, the bill is proposing to allow tax assessments to be issued based on information lawfully available to the Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, to further align enforcement of tax compliance, the bill is proposing to amend the Tax Procedures Act to clarify that enforcement of tax collection when a tax appeals tribunal or a court judgment on a tax dispute is in favor of the Commissioner shall only be suspended where a stay order has been granted. Mr. Speaker, to lower compliance costs and simplify customs clearance procedures, the bill is proposing to remove the requirement for importers to present certificates of origin where such certificates are not necessary for purposes of claiming preferential tariff treatment. Now let me turn to Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, the bill proposes to rationalize the application of import declaration fee and railway development levy exemption on aircraft by limiting the exemption to aircraft parts and large aircraft used for commercial air transport. This measure is intended to better target the exemption while supporting Kenya's position as a regional hub for aircraft maintenance and aviation services. Mr. Speaker, the bill is also proposing amendments to clarify the application of customs procedures to all fees and levies imposed under the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. These measures are intended to improve administration and support prudent fiscal management. Mr. Speaker, to support the growth of real estate investment trust market and development of Kenya's capital markets, the bill proposes to exempt from stamp duty transfers of beneficial interest in property into approved real estate investment trust. This measure complements the proposed amendments under the Income Tax Act on exemption of real estate investment trust from capital gains tax. Mr. Speaker, in line with the proposed simplified framework under the Excess Duty Act on mobile phones, the bill is proposing to exempt imported mobile phones from imported declaration fee and railway development levy, another benefit that is not being talked about by naysayers of the bill. Mr. Speaker, to increase resources available for road maintenance while ensuring that existing annuity obligations continue to be met, the bill proposes amendments to the Road Maintenance Levy Act to reduce the allocation to road annuity fund from 3 shillings per litre to 1.5 shillings per litre of fuel. And this reduction of 1 shilling and 50 cents per litre of fuel will be allocated to road maintenance levy funds. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to underscore that we have navigated a period of extraordinary challenge, yet the economy has held firm. Kenyans have demonstrated remarkable resilience and patience, and this government has remained steadfast in its commitment to deliver on the promises of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda at the most difficult period in the history of this country. Mr. Speaker, this budget was carefully crafted against a backdrop of limited fiscal space and competing priorities. It reflects prudent choices and disciplined fiscal management while directing resources towards programs and interventions that will have the greatest impact on the lives of ordinary Kenyans while staying firmly on course with our fiscal consolidation plan. Mr. Speaker, the reforms I have outlined today are designed to cushion our citizens, strengthen economic resilience, and lay the foundations for sustainable growth and transformation. They will stimulate job creation, ease the cost of living, and accelerate economic transformation of our people. that our people deserve. Mr. Speaker, this budget is deliberate, decisive, and targeted. It channels scarce resources to where they catalyze the greatest economic and social returns. To smallholder farmers and pastoralists, to MSMEs and youth, to health and education, to infrastructure that connects markets, and to institutions that uphold the rule of law. Every allocation is chosen to multiply employment, protect the vulnerable, advance equity, and unlock private investment. By prioritizing inclusive bottom-up growth, we will not only sustain recovery, but accelerate shared prosperity across Kenya. This is therefore a budget for Mwananchi. This is a budget for the people. I call upon honorable members and all Kenyans to stand behind its implementation as we work together with purpose and resolve towards our shared prosperity. Together, we can translate these investments into jobs, higher incomes, and a better future for every Kenyan. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and His Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for their unwavering support, leadership, and counsel as we prepared this budget. I am forever grateful to His Excellency the President for the support he has given me and my ministry. I am also greatly indebted to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Attorney General, my fellow Cabinet Secretaries, all the Principal Secretaries, accounting officers, and all personnel across government ministries, departments, and agencies who have diligently contributed to the development of financial year 26-27 budget. Allow me to thank you, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, and your counterparts in the Senate, the majority and minority leaders, and the entire House leadership, including the respective clerks, for supporting the approval process of the financial year 26-27 budget. My sincere thanks to honorable chairs and members of both the Budget and Appropriations Committee and the Finance and National Planning Committee and all other departmental committees of this House, as well as the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office, for their constructive inputs and leadership during the approval process of this budget. I appreciate in a special way Dr. Chris Kipto, the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury, and the staff of the National Treasury who have worked tirelessly, hard, long hours to ensure that this budget and the supporting documents are prepared and supported and submitted within the legal timelines. I also wish to appreciate my two other Principal Secretaries at the National Treasury, namely Dr. Boniface Barasa Makoha, the Principal Secretary for State Department for Economic Planning, and Mr. Cyril Wagunda Odede, the Principal Secretary for State Department of Public Investment and Assets Management, and their respective staff for the support during the preparation and finalization of the budget for financial year 26-27. My sincere appreciation also goes to the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority, as well as the management and staff of both institutions, and all MDAs for their valuable contributions to the budget process. My gratitude to our multilateral and bilateral development partners for their continued technical and financial support. I also thank the private sector for their participation and contribution in the budget process. I wish to appreciate the members of the Fourth Estate and all non-state actors for the active engagement and participation in the financial year 2026-27 budget process. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget to mention this. My sincere thanks also goes particularly to my dear wife, Madam Rhoda Mbadi, and my children who have remained my pillar. In the course of the year, calls of duty would be challenging, but when I got home, I felt relaxed among them. I will forever be grateful for their support, inspiration, and prayers as I executed my duties at the National Treasury. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank Kenyans from all walks of life who gave their suggestions and proposals throughout the budget-making process. Thank you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Mr. Speaker, before I resume my seat, you will recall that I have already submitted to this House the budget estimates and the finance bill 2026, together with the accompanying documents as required by the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A. Today, I further submit the following documents to this August House and request that you graciously receive them. Number 1, budget statement for financial year 26-27. Number 2, the 2026 budget policy statement. Number 3, estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the financial year 26-27. Number 4, financial statement for the financial year 26-27 budget. Number 5, medium-term debt management strategy 2026. Number 6, budget highlights, the Mwananchi guide for the financial year 2026-27 budget. And I believe we have put here also the Kiswahili version. Number 7, statistical annex to the budget statement for the financial year 26-27. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, honorable members.
You may take your seat, Minister. Order. Honorable members, I wish to thank the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury for ably making a public pronouncement of the budget highlights for the national government for the financial year 2026-27 and the medium term and the revenue-raising measures. In this regard, honorable members, I confirm that in conformity with the provisions of sections 39 and 39A of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, and the Standing Order 244C, the Cabinet Secretary has submitted to the National Assembly the relevant legislative proposals necessary to actualize the revenue-raising measures to finance the 2026-2027 budget. This has since culminated in the Finance Bill 2026, which is under consideration by the House. Honourable members, it is now my pleasure to invite all honourable members, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, other Cabinet Secretaries, representatives of the Judiciary, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all invited guests to a reception at the Parliament courtyard hereafter. Honourable members, the time now being 6:13, the House now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
maybe we can do it at the shops level. So these are some of the new ideas that are coming up. Because the producers will tell you the benefit, they will come and collect, they will come and claim the VAT refund on us, but they didn't put that benefit to the Wananchi. So this is one of the things that we are trying to change. Because we will pay them, but they will not transfer the benefits. So we are thinking of new mechanisms of transferring those benefits to Wananchi directly. And I was telling officers that maybe we need to think about the other regimes where, like for example, when you buy things at the duty-free shop, the benefits transferred to you there and there. Those are some of the things we need to introduce here, so that maybe we zero rate at the shop. When you go to the shop and buy, that shopkeeper is the one that benefits. They transfers that benefit to you directly. So these are some of the ideas that we are trying to bring on board to help us manage some of these taxes. And in fact, zero-rated products are huge tax expenditure also. I spoke to you about removing some of these tax expenditures. Some of the things we need to do and get Wananchi benefit directly when they buy, not blanket zero rating of products that only benefits the producers and not the
the ordinary wananchi. Yes.
Do you feel we have a fiscal discipline as a country in terms of...
Well, I think...
the allocations and ensuring that development comes there?
I think this regime is doing its best. Considering that the previous regime was even over borrowing. You know, I spoke to you about fiscal deficit of 5.3% to GDP in this budget.
Yeah.
Go and check the fiscal deficit in the year 2020, 2021. It was 8-9%. We have come down from 8% to 5%. So I think there's a lot of discipline in this budget, and that discipline has also been caused because of the program we have with the IMF, where they're also checking on what we are doing. But we also determined as leadership to ensure that we tame these excesses, excessive expenditures, you know, etc. So the government is on the right path, and where Kenyans will soon begin to feel the benefits of the programs that we are investing in this budget.
So as we wind up, this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and National Planning will speak to Kenyans. Of course, he will be in Parliament, but of course he will be speaking to Kenyans. Mwananchi out there will be watching that budget. Numbers zitakuwa nyingi, trillions and billions and all that. As the chair of budget, what are you telling mwananchi out there regarding all these big numbers and all these jargons? Unamwelezaje kuhusu hii bajeti katika mfuko wake, katika maisha yake kila siku na katika kujiendeleza?
The budget is huge, but it's not huge if you look at the size of our economy. Kenya is now a 20 trillion economy. A budget of 4.8 trillion is not very big. 20
trillion economy?
Yes, it's not very big. So I think Kenya should be proud of their government.
Okay.
This is the largest. We are actually number 5 largest economy in Africa. So Kenyans, wherever they should be proud of their economy. Our economy is the best. It's economy that's very, very strong and resilient. And so even when other economies are collapsing, in the last World Bank and IMF had projected that Kenya was going to default on its loans. We didn't. Other people defaulted. Ethiopia defaulted, Ghana and all the rest. We did not. So we are a very strong economy. Kenyans need to be proud of their country and their economy, and that this government is focused on improving the welfare of all Kenyans. And this budget is going to have a positive impact on the lives of Kenyans at the grassroots.
Maybe the last one, you steered the public participation committee sittings.
Yes.
To what percentage do you feel the views, the recommendations...
Of Kenyans were reflected in the budget?
Yeah.
We largely, to a large extent, views of Kenyans, because when we went to the grassroots, Kenyans were asking us to invest more money on infrastructure, on things like electrification, on water. Yeah, those are the things Kenyans want, and the budget is reflective of those views of Kenyans. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for those insights that you've given to us, to Mwananchi. Chair, we're being told to continue.
We have to continue.
Just a minute. Kuja tu niambie. Also, he's here. Okay, so it's fine, Chair. We have more guests to bring on board to be able to...
my director.
Expound. Yeah, the director is coming. But before you leave, perhaps...
Yes.
Just before you leave, you've indicated that some of the developments Kenyans have seen developments regarding the allocations that have been put there.
Actually, let me something I was forgetting to say. One of the things that we have introduced in the budgeting framework is equitable sharing of the development across the country. I want to assure Kenyans that wherever you are, whether you are in Lamu, whether you are in Tana River, whether you are in Garsen, whether you are in Busia, whether you are in Bungoma, this budget has something for you. Because we have decided to spread development across the country. Every region, every part of the country has some road projects going on, has some affordable housing project going on, has some investment in healthcare going on, some some water project going on. So we have decided, it's been deliberate that we spread development across the country.
So in terms of development, you focus on the areas that perhaps if Nairobi does not have enough water, you ensure that there is water projects in Nairobi. If, let's say, Marsabit does not have electricity, you ensure that...
I want to give an example. Wajir County, for example. In this budget, we have allocated humongous resources for Wajir County road network. Wajir County did not have roads. We are doing that. Last financial year, we did Kitui. If you go to Kitui right now, you see humongous projects. We are doing projects across the country, and it is not political. It is for the interest of all Kenyans, wherever they are. Yes.
Maybe we can try to talk something about...
yes, come.
He's around, okay. The director is here, but maybe you are parting short.
My parting short is that I want to wish Kenyans well as we read the budget today, and I want Kenyans to be keen on the estimates, because the oversight of budget should also be done by Kenyans. So we want Kenyans to take keen interest on the allocations, so that they can be able to question whether these allocations are creating impact on them. We don't want Kenyans to abandon their role of oversight to other people. Let Kenyans do oversight. If there's a project marked for your area and it is in the budget, you need to ensure that that project is there. You need to question. You need to say, where is the project we saw in the budget? Let Kenyans be actively involved in budget implementation.
I don't know whether I should ask this chair, but in terms of the allocations that have been done to the MDAs,
yes.
How has been the development in those areas? How has been the use of the funds or the resources in those areas? Are there departments that have not fully well utilized their money?
I think the problem has always been slow procurement process, which has been fast-tracked, and slow release of funds. This financial year, the development funds were released in good time.
In good time.
And therefore, we saw procurement happening early and projects taking off. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that has been the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee from the National Assembly, Honorable Samuel Atandi, who has been at the forefront in leading the members of the National Assembly in understanding the budget, approving, rejecting some of the things, and also ensuring that the local mwananchi is not affected by the allocations or negatively affected by the allocations that have been put in the budget. It is a 4.8 trillion Kenya shillings budget. We have heard from the chair that a total of 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings shall be going into debt repayment, and of course the other money now will be used for development and the recurrent expenditure. So right about now, remember, Honorable John Mbadi shall be in the chamber this afternoon, of course, to pronounce the 2026-2027 budget highlights to the country. So we are in Parliament. This is a coverage taking place in Parliament, and this is where those laws and all what is involved in the budget making process from National Treasury to Parliament and then to mwananchi has been happening. So right about now, I'm joined by the director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, the PBO office, Dr. Martin Masinde. He has also been, these are the people that have been working in the background, uko nyuma tent, kuhakikisha kwamba what comes out into the public also reflects the needs of the mwananchi and the economy, as well as all issues that are concerned about budget. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Thank you so much.
Siku imefika.
Siku yenyewe. It's just a culmination of many events that have happened since August last year. Yes. I'm sure many Kenyans think this is the D-Day, but I think the process has been on for since August last year, 2025.
2025-2026.
Yes.
So this is not the D-Day actually, because we still have the finance bill and
finance
the
bill coming, appropriation bill coming. But it's important because basically the CS will come and, pronounce the highlights in terms of the economy, performance of expenditure, revenues, as well as a snippet of what is in for the financing measures as contained in the finance bill. Yes.
Your office has actually been a core pillar in helping Parliament liaise with, of course, the National Treasury Executive in coming up with the budget over the country for all these financial years. How different has it been perhaps for this year? If you compare last year's preparations and the budget, last year was 4.3 trillion Kenya shillings.
Yes.
However, we have heard from the chair of the Budget Appropriations Committee that it rose, at the end of it all, it rose to 4.6, of course, due to the supplementary budgets that...
it was revised, yeah.
It was revised. How different has it been, learning from the lessons of 2025 into now 2026, 2027?
One or two things. Actually, firstly, the most important difference between the 2026-27 budget, when you compare with 25-26, stems from the point that this is the year of our Lord. If programs are not fully taken care of in 26-27, then it means that we have chances that, you know, the budget for 27-28 will basically belong to the other administration. Because remember, I mean, we'll approve the finance bill and the budget for 27-28 in April next year. So any program that is in the 26-27 budget is near finality in terms of ensuring that the programs underpinned by the better priorities of government are supposed to be implemented in 26-27. The Treasury sent a circular to ministries, departments and agencies explaining on the intention and the key areas of focus for 26-27 in August. In October, the same Treasury produced something called a budget review outlook paper. So they review the performance of 25-26 and provide some highlight of what is likely to happen for 26-27. In there, in sectors, and they are given a ceiling as contained in the budget review outlook paper. They are required to go and sit down and do something called sector resource contestation.
Before you continue, this ceiling, is it the normal understanding that we have that whatever you are going to be allocated should not surpass this, or you were allocated this and you did not get to your ceiling, so we are reducing it to something else?
The ceiling is what you are supposed to fit your budget in. So if 5 ministers are given one ceiling, they have to do something called sector contestation and resource bidding. You might justify your programs, I justify mine, another entity also justify their own programs, and then we rank them. So in the budget review outlook paper, it contains those ceilings that are supposed to inform sector contestation among ministries. So like say national security, you'll have NIS, you'll have defense, you'll have police.
National police.
Yes, so each of them is supposed to bring their priorities and rank them in order of priority and share that ceiling per sector, like for security now. So that was in August, I mean in October. In December, they were supposed to produce sector reports. Sector reports, they give a snapshot of the previous expenditure in 25-26 and the projections of expenditure in line of priority for 26-27. That was in December, right? In February, Parliament started getting involved now. We received a budget policy statement. And I want to inform Kenyans that actually that's a document that is least focused on and yet very, very important. Because in there, the BPS sort of provides a projection of the resource envelope for 26-27 for national government, which is basically executive, judiciary, and parliament. It also provides an indication of money going to counties underpinned by the equitable share as well as conditional grants. So to me, the policy statement is what people need to really critically look at, because it also informs equally the financing measures as contained in the proposal by the CS Treasury in the finance bill.
Well, there's something that you've mentioned earlier. that the budget for next year will be
4.8 trillion.
For next year is 4.8 trillion.
Exactly.
Yes, that one. Yeah, that one we understand.
Yes.
The reading of the budget for the 2027-2028.
Yes.
There's something you mentioned about April. Was it that the process needs to have been concluded?
Because of elections in August, it basically means that we have to redraw the budget calendar in a way that by April, end of April next year, we have passed the budget for the estimates for 27-28, as well as the finance bill for 27-28, because Parliament is going to Sinadia in, say, June. So basically by around May, we need to have done the budget completely. But in my view, probably, even if we pass it, we have another supplementary budget in, say, September, October,
when now the new administration
comes in place, changing priorities, among other things.
So then that means that the reading of the budget perhaps for next year will not be done in June?
Ceremonially, yes. But the process will be complete in April.
And we need to be done with the appropriations bill, and we need to be done with the finance bill.
But because of the EAC, budgeting happens across jurisdictions in East Africa, and therefore probably the CS might just come and pronounce those highlights at a ceremony, because we'll be going towards Sinadia. People will be in the party primaries will have happened. We'll be in the real election mood at that point in time, yes.
You have put emphasis on the budget policy statement, saying that that is the most important document that Kenyans need to be keen on.
Yes.
Before we come back to that, the process of the budget making from August, there's an issue you mentioned about reviewing the performance of the sectors and the ministries.
Yes, yes.
Does that also inform how the allocation will be for the next year? For the next financial year?
Definitely, yes.
How
Because
does
of pending bills and arrears and programs that were never done in the previous year must become sort of a fast charge in terms of implementation. So in the budget review outlook paper, you will see the amount of pending bills, programs, key areas that were never focused in 25-26 showing up in 26-27. Because remember, in Kenya, we are implementing a medium-term perspective in our budgeting, which is across 3 years. So we can't just look at 1 year only. The entire perspective of 3 years must be taken into consideration at the point of reviewing and looking at the outlook for the following financial year. Yes.
Okay. There is a question that I posed to the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, regarding the rise in the budget for the next financial year.
Yes.
Last year, this financial year, 2022-26 was 4.3, but then it rose.
Yes.
Now we have 4.81 trillion.
Yes.
The budget office, how do you defend that particular increase in terms of the allocations?
Actually, I'll shock you that the major increase in the budget for 2026-27 is occasioned by interest payments on debts, both domestic and external. It's about, the projection is about 1.2 trillion shillings. We'll go towards defraying interest payments on debt that we have taken previously. When you go to the key ministerial allocations, the budget for executive is going down by 148 billion. Yes. So what is occasioning the increase in the budget for globally are basically debt issues. Then, of course, now, yesterday we passed the division of revenue. The two houses were able to agree at a figure of 428. So it means further now, and remember the chair said in the house that the shortfall of the original intention was 420. Right?
So there's an
8 billion shillings shall be borne by
the national government. That is
and
what
specifically executive. Right? So in the coming days, you'll see Parliament revising the appropriation bill downwards by 8 billion shillings to take care of the additional resources going to subnational governments, which are county governments. Yes.
Okay, so basically the debt repayment is the one that
is what is showing up. And that's why when you look at the 26-27 proposals, increasingly the government of the day is proposing to come up with innovative measures and ways of funding infrastructure, like the National Infrastructure Fund, the NIF, securitization of roads. Yes. That innovation is geared towards bridging the gap of the debt pressure currently we have against the intention of also upscaling infrastructure areas in terms of development. Yes.
Okay.
And by the way, even the budget for roads from the proposal by the Treasury, it's going to go down by 25 billion shillings.
By 25 billion
for 26-27. Part of that is meant to, the money from securitization will try and fill that gap.
Okay.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we still have the sectors that have seen an increase, like example, education. Education has seen an increase.
Yes.
These are also monies that have been moved maybe from somewhere, perhaps even the executive, all the way to the to education. How do you, what happens in between? There is the allocation, you have done your matrices and, additions and subtractions to a point that you feel like these monies will be enough to cater for all the sectors, whether it's debt, whether it's development, whether it's recurrent. What happens hapa katikati then we see that we have the supplementary budget?
Okay, at least for 26-27, one thing I've seen in the budget is that all monies for operation and maintenance across all the MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies went down by 5%.
25-26.
Yes, 26-27. Sorry.
26-27.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
Okay.
went down by 5%. Occasioned by the thinking of national government that the EGP is now going to be rolled out fully. So for 26-27, every entity is going to implement EGP, system of procurement. And I can tell you from where I sit, we're going to save some resources.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. In the original proposal by, say, Ministry of, say, Agriculture, one seedling was going for, say, 500 shillings. In the new EGP system, don't be surprised to see a seedling of coffee going at 100 shillings. So for every 1,000 bob you want to buy for seedlings, you're going to buy more with less. So I'm believing that probably we need to do more with less by trying to leverage on this EGP system. If the entire structure of government implements it, to me we'll be able to meet some of the objectives, as it were, with reduced resources. That's my view.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go back to the budget process.
Yes.
Can we authoritatively say that we are coming to the end of the budget process for the 2026-2027 financial year?
Yes, we're coming to the tail end.
To the tail end
of the process.
That is once the finance bill is passed.
Is passed. Yes, but the most important thing that people need to understand is the role of the legislature. From the policy statement, I said, the budget policy comes to Parliament, the debt document comes to Parliament. We do scrutiny across committees of Parliament, budget committee being the king of all committees in terms of expenditure, the debt committee which make proposals on reining on our debt levels, and then other departmental committees will scrutinize the specific areas of MDS under their purview. The reports are put together. And one report is tabled, two reports actually. One on the budget policy statement, another one on the debt strategy paper.